Good evening, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here. Excuse me. Good afternoon, everybody. It's David Schlotthauer here in the home weather office, and got some very unfortunate news to share with you all tonight. As far as Tropical Storm Milton goes, here's a look at the GOES 16 band 13 infrared satellite imagery, and this is going to be one of the most detailed, important live streams here on the YouTube channel that you'll probably be witnessing in a while here, and possibly in history, because this storm could make some serious history that we do not even want to know. And I don't like using that word historic by any means, but this could do that. This really could. And I will show you why here in a little bit. But this is a look at the infrared satellite imagery, and boy, quite the change. And this has evolved so quickly that I'm still catching my breath on this system. I don't believe it's going to become a major hurricane, but I do believe it's going to become a major hurricane. If you know what I mean by that. I mean, yesterday, this was not even a tropical storm. We were thinking that maybe this is not going to become anything significant at all. Well, what you're about to see tonight is a full 360 flip with everything. So this look at the infrared system is showing signs of organization. We have deeper convection and some convective banding futures that are slowly increasing. We have a little convective banding future here. We're beginning to see new convection fire up just on the northwestern side or the western side of the circulation, and we're seeing a little bit of attempt here of what appears to be an upper level circulation that is trying to get itself established. This is a sign that the system is organizing in quick order, relatively quick order for a formative system compared to Helene, compared to past tropical systems like Debbie. Debbie took a little while to organize. This system is doing it very quickly, which is pretty concerning to say the least. Another way we could view this is on the Doverick intensity estimates here. This is not the intensity, but this is what the intensity algorithm uses, and I'll show you that here in just a little bit. But it uses cartoon-like cloud language here to make a picture, and then to think, based on what we're seeing here, oh, it looks like there is a few banding futures that are showing up. Okay, then I'm going to estimate the intensity based on that. It's not super 100% accurate, but it does a pretty good job at, well, giving us the intensity estimate if we don't have an ASCAP pass or any Mateo B passages over the system, including recon data, which, thank goodness, we will have recon data out on this system tomorrow. Potentially, possibly 8 flights that will be flying through this system. So, yeah, we are going to get a lot of new important information tomorrow, and I will be able to make a video for you all tomorrow. But more on the live streaming potential tomorrow. We'll see how that's going to work. Now, on the water vapor imagery here, this is from Cyclonic WX, which, by the way, I'm going to start using his or her satellite products, because this really good detail here. It really gives us, you can select a lot of different Doverick, IR, water vapor. You could even view the RGB satellite. Let's look at that really quickly. So you can view different sectors here without just kind of picking one. Well, visible, of course, is not working now because it's dark. It's nighttime over the Gulf, and it's nighttime here. And so that's why we are only going to use 3. But you can see here that the water vapor image, excuse me, been a hot day, so that's why my cough is a little bit bad. It's been a very absurd heat wave here back west. Today's the 5th day we reached 100 degrees, by the way. We have never done that since in back across California. So I'm ready for this heat to end eventually. Well, we will talk about that on another day. But looking at the water vapor imagery, definitely a lot has changed here. We have a lot more moisture beginning to build down to the south here. Lesser drier air now well away from the system. We also have lesser drier air to the northwest of our system, which indicates that the system is in a much more moist, favorable environment here. In fact, the wind shear is virtually nothing at the moment. In fact, shear is probably around 1 or 3 knots. That's really light wind shear over the system, and that's going to be the whole culprit behind on why this thing is going to go devil dog, devil advocate crazy. All right, and just showing you how crazy it's going to get, we're going to look at the hurricane models. But before I do that, I wanted to show you the satellite intensity estimates here. This is from the Doveric. However, some people say Dovek, or Dovrak. I say it like this, Dovrak. See, D-V-O-R-A-K, Dovrak, which means, again, it's used for that reasoning for satellite intensity estimates. And there's me. There's my image. So switch scenes there so you guys can actually see me. So looking at the, this now is not like, oh, it's 39 knots exactly, and the pressure is this low, all right? This is an estimate based on the satellite-based imagery. So it's using this. So it's using this thumbnail, and that's this imagery right here. So we can see based on that, oh, the intensity estimates are this. And right now, it is thinking that the winds are 39 knots and the pressure is around 1,000 millibars. So it has dropped from this afternoon from 1,006 millibars to now 1,000 millibars. So it is deepening pretty drastically here. We don't have, of course, a very well-defined inner core structure yet. We are seeing only curved banding as noted here. But the environmental cloud temperatures are pretty cold, and specifically where we have that CDO from earlier, we had cloud tops as cold as negative 95 Celsius, which is indeed very deep convection. We also had numerous lightning strikes within the CDO region, so maybe an inner core was attempting to form, but has failed thus far. And of course, this is not dissipating anytime soon. But we're going to keep an eye on how this all evolves, because this could become pretty significant. These numbers are expected to go way up as the system gets better organized. So now on to the intensity forecast, and then we're going to be introducing a new product in this video or in this live stream that I have not shown anyone yet of me tracking the tropics this long. Okay, so let me go over to there. There we go. And let me bring up my picture. There we go. Let me bring me down here. Okay. Nice to have 3 computer screens, isn't it? So now the question really is, and the concerning aspect to all of this is our hurricane models. They are going pretty stinking aggressive. And there have been many people on Twitter, including myself, making posts about how this could become more than just a major hurricane, more than just a Category 3 hurricane. This has a ceiling that you do not want to know. You do not want to know. Theoretically, what I'm about to show you, this has a ceiling of a Category 5 hurricane. And what I just said, I feel bad for what I said, but I'm gonna. It's go time. This is. We got to take this a little seriously. We really do. We can't turn our back on these kind of things, because the intensity forecast. So I wanted to show you all this really quickly one more time. The intensity forecast, 39 knots. Look at what we have here. About 39 to 45 knots. So the intensity estimates and the hurricane models did a remarkable job at initializing this pretty good. Of course, they're not perfect. There's always errors in the model, but it did as good as it can with that 999 millibar system. So now How is this going to evolve? Well, it's going to evolve really, really scarily quickly. Take a look at this. So we're at a tropical storm, 40-mile-an-hour winds right now, officially from the NHC. We'll get that new update here in about an hour or so. As we go forward, look at how this really evolves. I mean, if this comes out to being true, now, of course, a model is a forecast, and a forecast is a forecast. It's guidance. It's not a set-in-stone situation. But really just how quick this inner core structure forms. And it is not surprising, based on our satellite presentation here, that might be reattempting to form these curved cirrus bands. Look at this. Right here, really trying to shape up. And so when we look at this and we are like, oh, this could be a potential scenario here. I don't think it's going to be a hurricane. This is pretty quick of it becoming a hurricane, which this would be an 80 to 85 mile an hour hurricane in 18 hours. I would say probably not going to happen. It's not going to explosively intensify that quick, but I'm telling you right now, a model is a forecast, and this has that potential. When you look at models like this, they run these for a reason, and this is one of those high-res models that we're looking at. And unbelievable, this goes from 999 millibars to a 978 millibar system in 18 hours. So if I get up in the morning here, this would be 5 in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. This would be 7 a.m. Central Daylight Time. You all wake up in the morning, and if this actually pans out, this could be a hurricane. This could look pretty phenomenal on satellite. In fact, if we look at satellite here really quickly, this is what it might end up looking like. And I'm telling you, if it looks like this, then we have a serious, serious problem ahead of us. And I don't like using that word serious, but this is reality, folks. This is evolving quicker. So in other words, models are catching up onto the fact that, whoa, this thing is actually has a very intense looking structure to it. Oh man. And that's what's happening. These models are uptrending still because they are seeing that, oh, the system is, I mean, yesterday we did not see this system this, like it was going to look this organized, right? We never saw that this system is going to become a Cat 4 or Cat 5 hurricane, right? Now, tonight's forecast, you'll see that. So as we go forward, interestingly enough, it really doesn't intensify throughout the day tomorrow. Once it does that tonight, it kind of holds this intensity for a while. But by tomorrow night, and I think it's kind of visualizing, thank you, Kevin in Space, for the $5 donation. So what I think is going on here, it's actually simulating Dmax and Dmin, which stands for diurnal minimum and diurnal maximum, which there's different convective tides that happen. So during the diurnal maximum, you get the most convection. Usually happens at night when the sun is down, which is happening right now, which is why I think the H-Warp is on to something. And then during the day tomorrow, once the sun comes up, the diurnal max weakens and it turns into diurnal minimum, and that happens during solar noon and solar midnight, which does not occur exactly at 12 o'clock your local time. It's offset because we're in daylight savings. It actually occurs right around 1 o'clock in the morning and then 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, depending on exactly where you're located, I notice if you're in different time zones, if you're like, I was in Texas in April, and it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was almost at solar noon or just after solar noon. So it just depends on exact location. But look what happens. So during the next diurnal maximum overnight tomorrow night, look what happens to our system. It deepens even more explosively in such a way that it just continues to deepen here. This is a 937 millibar system. This is a very strong hurricane, at least of a magnitude of a Category 3 and a Category 4 hurricane here. This would be a very symmetrical hurricane. In fact, as symmetrical of a hurricane you can get. And look at when we go forward here. This just grows stronger and stronger and stronger. In fact, so strong that we end up seeing pressures down to 934 millibars on this model. and it weakens on approach to the land area here. And this would be by Wednesday afternoon. But now I need to make it clear, this is not a set in stone deal. This could wiggle room to the north and to the south. This could change a little bit and a little bit. This is not a set in stone forecast. For one, it's in the formative stage, and two, this is moving pretty slow to begin with right now. This is only moving at 1 to 3 miles an hour. So if this deviates a little further southeast, then this could change a whole lot. Or if this deviates a little further north, this could change the path a whole lot. So expect some models to go up here, some models to go way down here. Haven't seen that happen today at all in Miami. Seen these systems go to the south, but still we could see deviations. Thank you, Adam Brown, for the $5 donation. So this would be a major hurricane, a Category 3 at landfall. But again, models deviate a little bit on exactly how that's going to all evolve, because this is evolving pretty quickly. But right now, Tampa Bay gets hurricane force winds. That's that purple. See that purple right there? That's 64 knot winds. And you can see where our hurricane force winds actually are. If I highlight this in white, you can see where our donut of purple actually is. So if you're in hurricane force winds, there is going to be a lot, or there could be substantial destruction here. This could be a historic event for Tampa Bay, Florida. And I don't say that lightly. I do not say that very lightly. This could end up being one of those situations. In fact, it'd be the first such strike over Tampa Bay, Florida since the mid-1900s, if I'm correct. If my memory serves properly, this would be one of those situations. All right, so that's the H-Wharf model. You can see how it all evolves, really blows up, and that is a potential possibility, okay? So now what about the HMON model? This model is very aggressive. This is not just one model being more aggressive than all the others. No, this is all of the hurricane models tonight show this becoming at least a Cat 4 or higher. So let's look at the HMON. Also, initialize this very good. 1,000 millibars and our winds. Look at, and I almost made a post, another Twitter post on this. Take a look at the wind up here. 39.3 knots. And look at what our air pressure is. 9999. What do we see on this? 999.9 millibars. And our winds are at 39 knots. So this is pretty much as close to reality as you can possibly get. Oh, not that. There we go. So now, with that being said, what does this mean? Is the HMON maybe onto something? Let's play that through, right? So let's go forward. Let's see how this system evolves. Remember that inner core structure develops. Now, this is more of a likely scenario. The H-Wharf, if we just go into Sunday morning here, you can see the difference that this all makes. The H-Wharf has a 978. This has a 987. This is probably a more generous, a more likelihood scenario. Not the best case scenario by any means, but it's not going to intensify like the H-Wharf is showing. It's just not going to happen. If it does, then I will go mind-boggling crazy. Then I can go like, whoa, what the heck? What the freaking heck is going on? But I don't think that's going to happen. But nonetheless, this would be a strong tropical storm, a 65 to 70 mile an hour tropical storm on by the Sunday morning time frame. Now, how does this all evolve throughout the day? Well, let's take a look. 987, 984, 978. So by Sunday afternoon, it really deepens in 976, and then by tomorrow night, 974. So it really shows that D minimum forecast. It really does. Once it goes a little crazy tonight, it may not strengthen as much tomorrow until tomorrow night, and you'll see this. Watch this. 974, 971. Get ready, folks. This is going to get ugly. This is going to get very ugly. This is Monday early morning. 970, 971, and then it deepens a little bit throughout the overnight hours of Monday, but not really quickly. It doesn't seem to happen until Monday afternoon. That's when substantial deepening is likely. 953.2 millibars here. That's pretty deep, and this is already at a major hurricane. Actually, almost a major hurricane, 96 knots, so not far off from that. But it does become a major hurricane by Monday night into Tuesday morning. 945 millibars, folks. That's a very deep system that is going to cause a lot of concerns. Look at it, moves right over this island. In fact, what island is that down there? I don't think anyone lives on there. Thank goodness. If anyone lives on there, tell them to get off the island. No, no one lives there. So we are fine. It's just a little sandbar, it looks like. I'm going to check, though. No one lives on these islands. That's good. If there is, oh, maybe I missed it. Oh, wait. Oh, there is a little bit of a building here. So maybe someone does live here. Man, if you do, you better keep an eye on the forecast, because this could be a direct hit with that island. I have to figure out what island that is, but I'm going to just say it's the Yucatan Island. It's going to just be part of the Yucatan Peninsula. But that is Category 4 force winds, 936 millibars. All right, that's a pretty serious system. This moves over that land mass briefly, and then it just continues to intensify. Look at this. This is Wednesday early morning, and this is 924 millibars. Look how deep this is. 924 millibars. That would be a Category 4, category almost a 5. This does not explicitly go to Category 5 intensity, but there are other models that do show that otherwise. All right. I will get to your guys' questions once I'm done with my discussion. As I did mention, this is going to be a very long, detailed discussion because this is urgent. This is very important information. So I know some of you are probably asking questions and I'm maybe ignoring you, but I like to do questions after the discussion, make it a little more organized, okay? So 4 days out, 922, and then look at this. This continues to deepen. Might spare close to Category 5 here. Pressure down to 920 millibars. That's very deep. And then it weakens quite quickly and substantially, but this is a 2-week scenario. All right, it really weakens here pretty quickly once it gets to the Big Bend. And of course, a system that does weaken would tend to go more to, actually, I think it's stronger at first. It tends to gain latitude a little bit more versus, actually, maybe if it's weaker, it goes north a little more. In this situation, it's a little different. But either way, Tampa Bay here comes close to gaining hurricane force winds on that model. And boy, this would be another Big Bend landfall. You've had Helene already. You had Debbie. I mean, this would be the third landfall, literally, since mid-July, for Pete's sakes, over the Big Bend. All right? You guys don't need any more landfalls. Literally, you don't. And so the fact that the HMON shows that is pretty alarming. Okay? So that's the HMON. But now what does the HAVS A group show? This is disgusting. This is alarming. But again, the initialization here did quite freaking perfect. It was picture perfect. Look at this. 999.9 millibars. Remember, there it is. 999.9 millibars at 39 knots. Not far off. Not far off on the HAVS A or HAVS B model. And also the HAVS A2 B was very close. So the initialization on this, very, very, very good. All right. Not good in the long sense, but really good that models handled the initialization, the 18Z, very well. So now going forward, how does this all evolve? Well, not looking good at all, but good news or not, this is not as strong as the H-Warf it was showing, right? Not even as strong as the H-Mon. This is going to take a little more time, I think, of what those other models show. This is a 53 knot, so this would be about a 60 to 65 mile an hour tropical storm by Sunday morning. But still, look what happens. It develops hurricane force winds by Sunday night. So we know for a fact on these models, if we just kind of scroll back to the afternoon, 0Z, there could be a hurricane here. In fact, yes, all three models have this being a hurricane at least some sort by Sunday afternoon into the evening hours. 30 hours from now, this becomes a hurricane. 90 plus mile an hour winds. Now, what does this do after this point? This does not do the whole D-max, D-min kind of thing. I did not mean to say, if it sounded like I said D-min, I did not mean to say that. I meant diurnal minimum, which stands for D, then min. Okay, so hopefully I did not throw you off there. But speaking, or on the other note of that, this strengthens. This is a major hurricane, 39 hours from now. Unbelievable. What happens next? Look how strong this gets. Very compact system. And in fact, it is so compact that hurricane force winds only 25 nautical miles out from the center. Look at the northern side. Only 20 nautical miles out. That's not far at all. This is a very compact system, very compact, and it looks compact right now, which adds a lot of validity. Tropical storm force winds are literally only about 60 to 70 nautical miles out. I mean, man, this is much more compact in its nature. And what that means, when things are compact, they spin up a lot quicker because the conservation of angular momentum. So think about a ice skater. When they pucker in, so they put their elbows in, they spin really fast, right? They spin a lot faster versus if they have their arms out, they spin a lot slower. That's kind of what hurricanes are here. It uses the same principle. When things are compact, things spin up very quickly. We have a lot of unpredictability here, a lot of uncertainty because, well, this could evolve. Who knows? This could be a Cat 5 tomorrow. I don't think it is, but you can't. I mean, look at Lee. Lee was fairly compact at first, and that thing blew. It really did. It went from tropical storm to Cat 5 in 24 hours. Or Cat 4, something like that. Either way you put it, it went completely, right? Not that we will see a Lee-like situation here, but we got to watch these. We got to watch the compact nature of these systems. So going forward, look at how deep this gets. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is just unacceptable. This is so unacceptable. 901 millibar system. Okay, 901 millibar system. That is, I mean, this reminds me of the of model forecasts that forecasted Helene. Gosh, not like 890 something millibars, but boy, this is very, very, very intense, very compact. And again, we measure, let's do our ruler again. I mean, that is 30 nautical miles out from the center. Look at the northern end, only 28 nautical miles out. Those are hurricane force winds there. Very compact system, very compact, and very intense as well. That's a 162 knot system, by the way. That would be catastrophic, to say the least, if it was that strong hitting land. But the good news is this really weakens, but its wind field does expand out a little bit. So again, the smaller systems are more resilient. These smaller systems are unresilient, I meant to say. Wind shear, drier air could interact with the inner core structure pretty easily. And so I guess I don't want to say good news here. We're not here for the good news. We're here for the bad news. But I guess the good news is if this thing is going to be this compact, it could weaken very quickly before landfall. I don't want to kind of get ahead of myself that this will weaken quickly before landfall. But there's that situation because these systems, this is very compact and things spin up quick and things spin down quick because of the wind shear and negative factors. But this would still be a hurricane, maybe even a major hurricane at landfall in Florida. Take this seriously. Again, Sarasota, northward, all the way up here. This box that I've made here. Sorry, my mouse and cursor is off of the screen a little bit. But you can see right here, please, actually a little further south, right there, please take this seriously, okay? I've said it too many times. I mean, we don't need this to happen. We don't want this to happen, but unfortunately, it's going to happen based on our models. And I'm telling you, We all thought this season would be a bust, and it's not. It really isn't. Backloaded season shall continue, and there are concerns about late October into early November also reawakening too in the tropics. Might not even entirely go away either. So hurricane force winds, this would be Wednesday night. By the way, timing on this is, let's go forward here on the HMON. So the HMON has this Thursday morning, huge outlier scenario. I mean, Thursday morning, not going to probably happen. This shows it a lot faster by Wednesday night for the Tampa Bay-ish, Florida, Big Bend, Florida area. I guess the only good news is you get offshore wind. Oops, I did not mean to draw that. You get offshore wind here. So not a huge, significant storm surge threat. There may be some storm surge of at least a couple of feet here. But if this deviates northward and you get a lot of storm surge like this, the onshore flow, it could be really bad. It really can. And Tampa Bay could get seriously devastated if this actually comes to pass. So looking at the halves B, I want to move on here. Halves B, similar. Does a little crazy, though. Goes a little kaplooey here. Shows a brief area of hurricane force winds by tomorrow morning like the H-Wharf is showing. So, again, a possible scenario here. All right. All right, 11 p.m. update already. Did someone say 11 p.m. update? Did we get the 11 p.m. update? Oh, we did. 45-mile-an-hour winds. All right, so we have 45-mile-an-hour winds. This is going to become a major hurricane still, so we will show you that here in a second. All right, we'll get to that. But really quickly on the models, showing us a similar thing here, 906 millibars, very intense hurricane. And then as this moves closer to Florida, it does show it that it is going to be a very intense system still. Here, Category 4, Category 5 intensity, and still look at how strong this would be. Still a Category 4 hurricane, nearly a Category 4 at landfall. Reminds me of more like Katrina. Katrina did weaken a little bit before landfall. So again, not something that you want to hear about, me comparing this to Katrina, but unfortunately that's how it's going to be. All right, we're going to jump ahead and then we're going to backtrack a little bit. Let's look at the NHC forecast, since some of you are probably wondering about that. And so right now, winds are up to 45 miles an hour. It is not surprising, probably a little generous because our Doverick estimates are about 50 miles an hour. Moving to the north-northeast at 5 miles an hour, and we will read the discussion here. But this is expected to be a tropical storm through tomorrow night. Again, could be generous based on our hurricane models, and we will see if this holds true. I'm still surprised on that this is not. We're going to have to look at the actual intensity forecast, but only 1 M instead of 2 M's, which I'm a little surprised about. Maybe they did down the forecast a little bit, but we'll have to look at that when it gets closer or when we get to that point. Actually, I am very urged to look at the intensity forecast from the NHC. So bear with me here for a second as I go over there. By the way, there's Kirk, 115, still a major hurricane, and Leslie, still a hurricane. Okay. Let's see. So it is up to 120 mile an hour winds already. So they did up the intensity a little bit. Still pretty generous, though. Quite generous given what our hurricane models are showing. But now have up the intensity a little bit now to 120. Probably they're waiting for that system to, once rapid intensification gets going, you watch them really bump up the numbers here. But this is expected to be a hurricane in 36 hours, probably even sooner, and expected to be a 120 mile an hour system by 3 days. So that is, if we go back, that is right here. All right, now, of course, because the points here, the forecast points are really separated here, we could see additional strengthening up until about here. So this could get a little stronger even after this forecast point. But they are expecting this to be a hurricane or major or near major hurricane. Still, again, surprised by that. And it's supposed to be barely a major hurricane in Tampa. They're probably waiting for more data. They're really being generous here because of course, how this has all evolved. Now, looking at the potential tropical storm force winds here, indicated in coloring, as you can see here, there is a 50 to 70% chance of tropical storm force winds in across the Tampa Bay, Florida. Yes, my mom lives in Ocala, Florida, so this is right about where she lives, somewhere over here. And yeah, 60% chance of tropical storm force winds. And look at this, even offshore, there's already a 70% chance of tropical storm force winds, which means there is pretty remarkably high agreement here that tropical storm force winds are even possible on the other side of Florida versus in the middle. Of course, that land interaction always lowers the winds a little bit, and that's why there is a about a 50 to 60%, but nonetheless, this is going to be a big situation, and tropical storm force winds do arrive by Wednesday morning. In fact, this looks Wednesday night when this makes landfall now, so the timing has slowed down with this system a little bit. We're expecting this to slow down, or the timing to be a little adjusted with time. All right, so now to the advisory, and I want to read this. This is some very important information. This part of their products that they issued, they do this for a reason, so we want to iterate on this. Okay, Milton is forecasted to quickly intensify while it moves across the eastward to northeastward across the Gulf of Mexico, and be at or near major hurricane strength when it reaches the west coast of the Florida Peninsula by midweek. Hurricane watches could be issued as early as late Sunday for portions of Florida. There is increasing risk of life-threatening storm surge and wind impacts for portions of the west coast of Florida Peninsula beginning late Tuesday or Wednesday. Residents in these areas should ensure they have their hurricane plan in place, follow any advice given by local officials, and check back for updates to the forecast. Areas of heavy rainfall will impact portions of the Florida Sunday and Monday well ahead of Milton, with heavy rainfall more directly related to the system expected later on Tuesday through Wednesday night. Rainfall will bring the risk for flash urban and aerial flooding, along with minor to moderate river flooding. Again, all these products right here are a little bit on the more generous side. These could go up very quickly, so make sure you are ready to go. I would say, of course, you can evacuate now. Follow your local officials. But if I were in your guys' shoes, and if I were in Tampa, I would start getting stuff in boxes, in plastic bins, and get it in the car. So that way, when it is time to evacuate, all you need to do is shuttle out the door and leave. All right. Don't wait last minute. All right. This is a populated area, and we all know how bad this could actually get. All right. And I don't use these words very often. This has the capability, this has the ability of being historic. All right. On many levels. Rainfall. A strike to Tampa Bay is very rare and doesn't happen very often. But if this makes landfall very close or on top of Tampa Bay, Florida, which, by the way, the NHC cone does have it moving over and directly over Tampa Bay, Florida, this would be once in a lifetime event. And again, I don't like saying those words. I really don't. I feel bad just me throwing them out of my tongue, throwing them out of my mouth. But wake up. This is hurricane season, and you should have been prepared for this back in like May. We did not know that Milton was going to be this strong or will be this strong, but in general, the Gulf is always conducive. It's always ready to go, and it's always ready to rock and roll. Okay. Rainfall amounts are also generous here, but some of the models that I'm about to show you are well above this. Rainfall amounts over Tampa could be as much as perhaps 6 to 8 inches. There's Tampa right there. Orlando, Florida, where Disney World is, 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. And then Jacksonville, 4 to maybe as much as 6 inches. And of course, Ocala is up here, could get up to 4 to 6. Now, again, these rainfall amounts are generous, okay, until we get more accurate information from the NHC, the initialization on these models, and other factors. Until we can get recon missions in there tomorrow, this is kind of an up-in-the-air situation, but I'll tell you right now, it is not looking good. It really isn't. And I just pray. I really do pray. And I'm even gonna, when I go to church tomorrow, I'm gonna ask my pastor to pray for the people that do live in Florida, because again, this could end much worse. This really can. And that's why we're doing a live stream on this. And probably one of the reasons why I'll be streaming again tomorrow on another discussion. So the rainfall risk for this area, for right now, it is a slight risk, but don't be surprised if we throw in a moderate risk of flooding somewhere in this area where I circled in later outlooks, okay? It's not going to be that way right now because, again, this is still in the formative stage. We're still getting some of that new data. Slight risk could be upgraded. Just taking note of that. But for right now, much of Florida is under a slight risk for flooding. That means slight to major or moderate risk of river flooding, small stream flooding, or aerial flooding. You know, you kind of get the idea. Okay. Now I do want to read this discussion, all right, from the NHC. And again, things could evolve very, very fast. All right, this is probably more of the fail-safe, not really fail-safe, but more of the more generous. Because I could read the NHC's minds, I'm sure, and they're probably like, they probably looked at the models and like, wow, that ain't gonna happen. If that happens, it's gonna be really bad. By the way, Justin G, welcome to the stream. So Milton appears to be slowly organizing, and when we pause this, once again, there are curved bands. This is looking more of that like a mid-grade-ish tropical storm, all right? You could even see what appears, yeah, it looks like an inner core structure, maybe in the formative stages here even. We have a new burst of deep convection that is recently popping off. See where my mouse is? A little white speck there indicates maybe some deep convection is attempting to pop off again. So we'll see what this shows when we get new updates for over the next little while. But the storm has a central dense overcast pattern with deep convection persisting near and to the south of the center. To the south, that was not the case this afternoon. The latest satellite intensity estimates range from 30 to 50 knots, and based on that data, the initial intensity is nudged upward to 40 knots, which, by the way, 50 knots is a little on the high end. I'll have to look into that. Maybe it's a SATCON intensity estimate of 50 knots, but on the Doverick, it's more like in the middle, like 40 knots, and that's kind of where the NHC has landed. Actually, I think the NHC did pretty well at this. So 40 knots is more of a safe and set bet right now. Milton is a small storm. Again, I want to really highlight this. We're going to kind of read and unpack a lot of this, right? Just kind of extrapolating with what they're saying here. So let me get my highlighter. Small storm. Yeah, why is that a big issue? Because small storms can do what? They can spin up very quickly. Small storm. Okay, at the moment, with its estimated tropical storm force winds extending only 30 nautical miles out from the center. So the storm is moving slowly northeastward at 4 knots as it remains embedded in weak steering currents. However, a shortwave trough is expected to push southward into the northern Gulf of Mexico. This trough and a reinforcing one could cause Milton to turn eastward on Sunday and move progressively faster to the east and then northeast across the Gulf of Mexico and Florida during the next 3 to 4 days. The guidance is in fair agreement, but there is some spread in both direction and timing. That's important. Some models take this into Florida by Thursday morning, as late as Thursday morning or Thursday early afternoon. And some models bring this in as early as Thursday or Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday evening. All right, so timing, both intensity and timing and location. 3 are uncertain. Overall, the models have trended slower. That's not good. What does slower mean? Means it has extra oomph time over the Gulf to intensify. And the NHC track forecast has been adjusted in that direction. This prediction is near the middle of the guidance envelope and close to the typically best performing consensus aids. It should be noted that the average NHC track air at days 4 and 5 are about 150 to almost 200 miles. That's a big difference. So in relative terms, let's look at the cone here a little closely. This could still go into Miami. Hypothetically, I want to bring that out there. I don't want to say, oh, you guys got to get prepared. No, I'm not trying to freak you all out. This could still, hypothetically, if this goes over here, and it could end up right over in this area. Or this can go a little further north and end up way over here. So in theory, Panama City, which is over here, or exactly right in here, and Tampa Bay still need to watch this, and not to mention Miami, Florida is not in the clear. The cone of uncertainty is there for a reason, and I want to read this to you. This cone contains the probable path of the storm center, but does not, I want to repeat that, does not show the size of the storm or the exact location. Hazardous conditions can occur outside of the cone. So imagining if this is a Cat 5, let's just pretend if this is a Cat 4 or a Cat 5 here. I mean, you're going to get near tropical storm force winds, quite close to tropical storm over Key West, Florida. That can bring storm surge to that area. All right, so I just want to make that clear. All right, so I want to read this too. Milton will likely steadily strengthen during the next few days as it moves over the very warm Gulf of Mexico waters. Remains in a moist air mass and in a diffluent and low to moderate wind sheared environment. The big question is, all right, right here, big question. I want to highlight that in blue. The big question is how quickly. Again, a lot of answers to be mentioned or to be discussed here is how quickly can this intensify. The faster and sooner means a bad outcome for the Florida coast. But if it doesn't, then it won't be as bad as what we initially thought. But again, we got to take it with all these models, and we have to kind of elaborate on this. And how much will the storm intensify? There's a big spread in the intensity models, with the hurricane regional models notably above the global and statistical dynamical models. The new intensity forecast is a little higher than the previous one and in good agreement with the HCC and IVCN aids. It is hoped, all right, it is hoped that the models will come into much better agreement tomorrow after ingesting some of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft observations. All right. Sometimes this is good, sometimes it's bad, but hopefully they ingest some of that, or will ingest all that humidity data, the wind data, the pressure data, all ones and zeros. It's out of my realm of computer technology, scientific research, whatever you want to call it. But either way, hopefully things will be more corrected tomorrow once these planes get in there. In fact, a plane will get in there tomorrow early morning, I believe. And so we will hopefully see big corrections tomorrow. All right. Regardless of the details, and that's probably one of the reasons why the NHC is not going a little high on this right now until they get that aircraft data in there. So I want to make that clear too. Regardless of details, there is increasing confidence that a powerful hurricane with life-threatening hazards will be affecting portions of the Florida West Coast through the middle of the week. Residents there should closely monitor the system and listen to local officials. All right, we read all the key points. I'm not going to read them again. It's just extra lengthy part of this discussion, but look at this. 120 and 110 is pretty strong, by the way. That's a high-end Cat 2 in the hour 60 to hour 96. So theoretically, almost from day 2 through day 4. So in that 2-day stretch, nearing that major hurricane intensity. All right. All right. So now I'm going to look at this later, and we're actually going to change gears. Let me show you this, though. So this is the intensity forecast from the 0Z models, and this is very alarming. This really needs to be taken with a grain of salt, but also needs to be taken into consideration as well. Just how strong this thing could actually get. There is a ceiling, and the ceiling, well, is Cat 5 intensity. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But if it does, it would be the second Cat 5 hurricane to develop this hurricane season. And also, very notable. Now, I know Beryl did not make landfall on some of the islands over Caribou, I think it was, or whatever islands those are in the windwards. I can't even speak English on those. But either way you put it, it did not hit those islands, the central windwards, at Cat 5 intensity. It intensified after that. But the fact that Beryl did reach Category 5 intensity after reaching the islands kind of accounts that, okay, Beryl did impact the islands, and it was a land-falling hurricane that did at one point have Category 5 intensity. In other words, if this system did become a Cat 5, it would be the second landfalling hurricane to become a Cat 5, then weakening to whatever number before landfall, and would be the second Cat 5 to do it in the Gulf. And I think it would be one of the latest Cat 5 hurricanes, if I remember, if my memory serves correctly, would be one of the latest or the latest Cat 5 hurricane in the Atlantic hurricane season to do this. So not very good at all. Not very good, not only from a intensity perspective, but some history to go behind that. All right, so right now, most of the models, I mean, this is major hurricane intensity right in here. So this red right here and above is major hurricane intensity. And specifically, it's not officially categorized, but I do categorize this. So Category 1 and 2 are just your generic hurricane. There's no major to it. Category 3 and 4 are major hurricane categories or intensities. And then when you get to the Cat 5 intensity, I kind of follow the joint or the Japanese Typhoon Warning Center. They use super at Cat 5. So this, in my books, if this became a Cat 5, it would be Super Hurricane Milton. It would not be a major hurricane. It would be Super Hurricane Milton. And unfortunately, there is one model that comes close to that, and there is one model that officially goes over that. In 60 hours, again, 60 hours, folks, man, that is some really explosive intensification if it does end up that way. If it does, I am telling you right now, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good at all. In fact, could be the most intense hurricane, again, in recorded history to hit Tampa Bay. Probably not going to be there at Cat 4 or Cat 5. It would probably weaken to a high in Cat 3 at landfall. But I'm telling you, this, again, right here, needs to be monitored. Does this trend up or does it trend down? We will have to wait and see when our hurricane models get in there. But right now, as it stands, it has not been good today. Not good. Huge uptrends on both the GFS and hurricane models and the European model as well. Now, I'm going to go into a bit more detail on the track here. I have a more interactive map. That's what I wanted to show you all in this video. And this is on Google Earth, by the way, or Google Maps. So I hope you all like this, because there are models that we are going to use that the NHC actually uses. How cool is that? So actually, let me zoom out a little bit. There we go. So they were HCCA model, right? Let's see if we can look for the HCCA or TVCA, I think, is what they also use. And it's kind of right in line with when this makes landfall. And this would be 4 days from now. So this would be Wednesday night. So kind of right in line with that. Okay. And so that's kind of your average. But when we look and highlight all of these models, all right, get ready to see a lot of spaghetti plots here. If I could, can I highlight all of them? Okay, I can. Yeah, there's all your models right there. They're just all littered across the map. That's why I'm going to zoom in. So you can see different models have different outcomes. And look at, theoretically, some of these models could theoretically still bring this as far south as the northern Yucatan Peninsula, versus some of our northerly most models keep it safe away from the Yucatan Peninsula. But look at what happens here. All right. By the way, nothing over Miami yet, but this again could shift a little southward. It is still possible. All right. Unfortunately, that is still the case, but most likely unlikely for this given time frame. But looking at all the spaghetti plots, you can see this is, what model is this? Man, the TABD model. Then you got your HMON model right here. This is that green line. It shows this down to 969 millibars. That's pretty low, and winds of 85.2 miles an hour. But that is also a very intense model to say the least. Okay. And so when we look at Tampa, there are plenty of members, plenty of these models, even the early and late track guidance showing us that some of these members do make landfall by the Wednesday late afternoon or early afternoon through Thursday morning. Specifically, some of the models here, or most of them at least for right now, do have that Wednesday afternoon and evening. And over Tampa Bay, Florida, and look at all the population right here. And let me remove all of these and let me show you. This is not here. This is not Steinhatchee down here. This is Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo. In other words, I don't want to really get into politics, but Donald J. Trump lives down here, and boy, I wonder what he's thinking about this. Oh, man, not good. Just a hurricane impacting a president, potential president for this election is concerning. Clearwater, St. Petersburg, Sista, Key, Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch down here could get a landfall potentially. And this is very populated, even into Orlando, Florida, Winter Garden. These areas densely populated, including where my mom lives is up here in the Ocala area, right up in here. And that's where theoretically some of the models do bring this directly into Ocala as a formidable Cat 1, Cat 2 hurricane. And if that happens, this would be really concerning. I really hope my mom's watching this live stream. I'll have to look in chat here in a little bit, but it is not looking very good at all. Okay, and Miami, Florida too is not out of the woods yet. I'm not confident to say that, oh, Miami's not going to see anything. Nothing at all. You're going to see some impacts like rainfall, some gusty, breezy winds, that sort of thing. All right. But I wanted to show you all the rainfall forecast, and yeah, I did almost forget to show you all this. So let me go over to Weather Belt. So looking at the rainfall forecast on the national blend of models, this is the super blend, by the way, and look at how much rainfall could encompass Central Florida. I mean, look at up to maybe 8 inches of rainfall over Tampa Bay. This again is a more generous forecast, but look at how high we get on there. 16 inches of rainfall is in the forecast here on the national blend model. The Weather Prediction Center is also pretty similar, showing those rainfall totals that are pretty concerning. Rain, this is going to have more of that variety that you don't like to have with a hurricane. Possibly significant to near extreme rainfall rates and rainfall totals, and also maybe some extreme winds along the coast there as well. So 2 extremes, wind and rain impacts, are certainly on the table. And I mean, most of Florida south here of the Panhandle, 3+ inches of rainfall. Just a bad sign. Just a really bad sign waiting to happen. But I guess the good news to all of this is people that are still without power. By the way, there is over almost 500,000 people in total, putting that into the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee combined, still without power. And I mean, still the damage out of that area is still unbelievable from Hurricane Helene. All right, from its predecessor. Okay, and thank goodness this is not going to go north, but unfortunately, this is going to it's going to be impacting land. Land is you. Land is a person where they live on, except for that little island way over here. Maybe a few people live on that. But either way, it's looking concerning. I I mean, I was pretty concerned about Helene, but this one has a more higher ceiling. It really does. And models are there for a reason. And yeah, I mean, theoretically, this could still become a Cat 3, Cat 4, maybe most likely not a Cat 5, but again, ceiling from here all the way up to here. Okay, the whole color chart here is being used from all the intensity forecasts until again we get that recon in there, till we get the emissions in. All right, so how's everybody doing? Oh my gosh, we have almost 3,000 people watching this live stream. Oh my gosh, I did not even realize of how many people were watching until I just stared over. Oh my goodness, thank you all for sharing this, for getting the word out to people. Because again, this is looking pretty dang serious. And Justin, I saw you in here earlier. How are you doing, my guy? What are your thoughts? What's your take on the system? I'm going to interact with chat. We're going to do some real-time analysis. We're going to be looking at the GFS model tonight. We're going to be looking at our latest hurricane models too. We're doing it like we did with Helene. Remember with Helene, folks, we did this. We stayed up until like 11 o'clock at night and we streamed live on our model data. So I'm going to be here for another few more hours tracking this live here on the channel as we're getting to your guys' questions and we are getting new model data in shortly. That includes two real-time satellite intensity estimates as well. Pretty cool stuff. And right now it's still holding at 39 knots. High ceiling, not good. Those are my thoughts. I agree. I do agree. By the way, if you guys are new, please subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. We're going to do another live stream on this tomorrow too. I'm not going anywhere now, but just letting you guys know a head warning. Probably going to do a live stream. I won't have time for a video because guess what? Guess what? I want you all to put it in the chat. Guess what I have tomorrow night going on? You wouldn't believe it. So Florida, yeah, Florida's going to get impacted. 100% chance that somewhere in Florida we'll get a landfall out of this system. Nope, not church. Work. I get to go to freaking work tomorrow night. They have me scheduled 5 days this week. It has to happen on a stinking hurricane. It really does. Or soon to become a hurricane. I so hate work. You know what? I may call in. I might just call in probably Wednesday. I'll have to see. I don't do that very often, but if I do, you know how serious this situation actually is. I will do it for you guys. I will call in sick. I will, and just to live stream on this. But yeah, look at the structure on this. Man, the thing is improving. Thing is improving pretty quickly. Actually, we could even see this a little closer up on our Radar Omega app. Let me bring that up. And here it is. Let me take away the cone of uncertainty really quickly. And look at new convection already popping up. Already popping up on this system. You can see the curved bands of cirrus. Even a convective band right here trying to show up and strengthen. And just more recently, look at what we have. Looks like a little eye-like future. Justin, what do you think about that? There is a little eye-like future on that. Thank you, Sheest T. Polk County, how hard will we get hit in Florida? Please give us your analysis. Polk County. Polk County, Florida. Again, depending on if this hits to the north or south. If it goes just to the north of you, of course, you're going to get some pretty ferocious winds, certainly stronger than with Hurricane Helene, and some pretty substantial amounts of rainfall. All right. Oh, I also wanted to show you all, too. I didn't even get to the upper level environment. Dag nabbit. David, do your job properly. I will. So looking at the upper level winds here now on the halves B, it does show that the shear is going to be light through the next roughly 3 days or so. The next 3 days, shear is really light. It's not going to be an inhibitor. But after that time, the shear does pick up a little bit more. As you can see here, some westerly flow encroaching onto the system. And if that westerly flow is strong enough, that might shear the system a little bit, enough for it to weaken. And it does weaken notably a little bit before making landfall, but still a 937 millibar on the halves B is pretty strong. That's not, it's weaker, but it's still, I mean, that's like Hurricane Helene, still a Category 5 intensity-like system. Now, the reason why it does weaken is if we go and look at this closer, we do have some drier air that gets infiltrated. Again, wind shear is the winds that go over the system. It tilts the vortex, so the vortex gets tilted, and you get some drier air intrusions into the inner core. It erodes the inner core, and guess what happens? You get a system that weakens. So what ends up happening here is the moisture plot here. You can clearly see that the western or southern side of the system is a little more asymmetric. You can see a little less blue. And then by the end of the track here over the Gulf, look what happens. The mid-level circulation here is right about in here, and your low-level circulation is here. So it's tilted with height, and all your moisture is occurring to the north. In fact, on this model, Tampa Bay could get a little bit of rain, but actually may not see a whole lot on this particular model versus the northern side of the system that could get the heaviest rainfall. But boy, those winds still, even so you don't get much rainfall here, look at those winds again. Those are major hurricane force winds, serious major hurricane force winds. By the way, do you want to join the chat live stream here on Discord, Justin? I would like to talk to you, actually. It's been a while since we've talked, and I want to discuss this with you. It's been a while since I had you part of a live stream. Thank you for the $5 donation. Is South Florida underestimating the flood potential with the dirty side of the system and all of our waterways coupled with predecessor rain event? I don't think they're underestimating it because, again, like I said, if we go back and look at our rainfall forecast, again, this is a simulation. This doesn't have to end up being the case, but there is going to be some banding features, maybe some enhanced rainfall over the area. But overall, most of the rain will follow within the center of the system and to the north. This is going to be a hybrid-like system. Wish I can zoom out here and show you more of a detail view. Okay, this is probably a little bit better. So you can see southern Florida will get at least 2 inches of rainfall, but northern Florida, central Florida is, again, that area where that center passes over, and the northern side, you could still get 8 inches, perhaps up to maybe 14 inches of rainfall. Maybe in a bit. All right, sounds good. Sounds good, brother. Hopefully you'll be able to join once the 0Z hurricane models come out. Those will come out in the next hour and a half or so. But that's a look at the rainfall forecast. But once again, the system does become pretty asymmetrical. You can see that wind shear does increase on the system. But when that does, where it does, and how strong will our Milton be will be the question. It really will. Hey, David, how bad will it be in Pinellas County? Pinellas. Weird little county name. So that's going to be over here. Yeah, Pinellas Park. So Clearwater. If this makes a direct hit in the Clearwater area, I would say get ready to lose your electricity for probably a few weeks. It would be a long duration power outage, which, by the way, I wanted to show you the power outage map. Oh, I don't think I showed that. There we go. Now I did. Thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate that. Pinellas. There we go. I got it right. Pinellas. Sorry. See, I read as I say it. So when I put pine, all s, it's different. So it is Pinellas. So Pinellas County in Florida really needs to be watching this. All right, now I got that correct. Everyone gave me a little hooray in the chat. So good job. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Fist bump. Boop. All right, so let's take a look. What was I going to show you? Oh, Power Outage US, huh? Oh, thank you for the donations. Probably because I got it correctly. So let me go over to that. Thank you again for the donation. CW Draft. How bad will it be in Nassau County? I only can get 2 questions one at a time, so let me finish what I was saying here. But yeah, power outages in Florida are much better, in much better shape, but those will go out soon. But look at, still in Georgia, still people without power from Helene. Look at how remarkable this is. Unbelievable. Just pretty sad to see people without power here. Even into South Carolina or North Carolina, still many counties here without power from Helene. From Helene, folks, nearly 2 weeks later. Oh, wait. Almost 2 weeks later. Or a week and a half. And so when you add this all up, we still have almost 500,000 people without power. Unbelievable. Still a big catastrophic event, power outage event still going on there in those 3 states. And again, I really hope the power gets restored soon enough, because I could not stand being without power for weeks on end. I just could not. I would get so depressed, and I would literally yell at the utility company like, "Can you hurry the F up and literally get the power back on?" What's up, PM? It's been 9 days, so almost 2 weeks. Yeah, just shy of 2 weeks. All right, so let me go to the other question. How bad will it be in Nassau County? So Nassau, yeah, Nassau, I'm guessing. Hopefully I got that one correctly too. Nassau County. So Nassau. Oh wait, no, that's not right. I do not live in Florida. So I'm sorry. So Nassau County could get a lot of rainfall up there in northeastern Florida. Again, depending on the exact track, but right now you could get about 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. 5 to 8 inches of rainfall. Thank you, Peter Moss, for the $2 donation. Nassau. Okay, it is Nassau. See, the U. I always say, I thought it's like Nassau or Nassau because the U sound, right? But it's not. So Nassau. So weird little name. See, again, I am not from Florida. Now, if you tell me a county name in California, I will know it pretty well. I will know it because, well, I was born and raised in California, and that, of course, Seminole County. Now I got Seminole County down really well. So let me go to Seminole County. Again, chat is really running really fast tonight, so I can't get to everyone's question. I will try the best I can. But we have almost 3,000 people in here. So yeah, chat's very active. Hopefully moderators are on top of things. So looking at the Deltona, Orange City area, that is in Seminole County. I hope this is the correct area. Again, I wish county names would be displayed on here, but of course, Radar Omega is a little slow to get to that. But of course, DeLand, Deltona, in Sanford area, you're going to get quite a bit of impacts, a lot of impacts, indeed. Daytona. Discuss the storm surge. Did they get a storm surge product? Boy, I should be on top of this. I don't. Did they get a storm surge? No, they don't. However, I do have something to show you all that at least is kind of Julian Miller. I do follow him. Can't find him. Let me see if I could find. He had a storm surge. Julian. Oh my gosh. How can I not find? He's out there. I know he had a storm surge map. If I scroll down, hopefully it's not buried down here. Actually, you know what? Did I like it? If I did, I might be able to get to it. Darn it! I did not. However, is it here? Is it down here? I should get notifications on when someone posts, so I don't know where it's at. It's buried in my feed, but I can tell you there was a storm surge map that someone put out there on Twitter, and I wish I could show you all because it's pretty concerning. 4489 place, or please. 44, is that that's an address. Thank you for the 55. You need to give me an address, please, because it's not giving me anything. You got to be more specific. So I could type it up here and so I can give out your exact forecast. Thank you so much. That would really help me out a lot. But anyways, thank you for the $50 donation. But yeah, Justin, what do you think about this reluctant heat wave that California has been dealing with? Which, by the way, I want to make it serious here, Justin. In my area, we have went 5 days in October so far with temperatures at or above 100 degrees. Never have seen that in my entire life, nor have I seen that at all. A serious string of triple-digit temperatures in early October. That's a zip code, David. Okay. So zip code to what though? Florida? What part of? See, I need a city with that because it's not in Ohio. It's not in Ohio. Sorry, you guys. I might sound like David doesn't know how to forecast, and he should know all of his locations. Literally, I'm not a Floridian. I don't live in Florida. I wish I lived in Florida for my entire life, then I can give out all these county names. But I'm sorry, I don't live in Florida. Thank you, David, for your hard work. Thank you for the $10 donation. Man, all these donations. Thank you. Valdosta. Now that's a little bit better. Valdosta, Georgia is up here. So Valdosta is on the cusp, is on that gradient line between not very much rain at all or getting significant amounts of rainfall. So little changes northward could mean all the difference, all right? So just make sure you're getting prepared for maybe some impacts. But right now, at the very moment, I would say probably between about a quarter of an inch to 2 inches of rain. Rough range right now. Rough range. Can you tell Jenny Towards happy birthday? Okay, happy birthday. But I just want to thank you all for being here as we track this, and we will get our new hurricane model data in. We are going to get all the information. Once that comes in, our GFS model is now rendering. Our GFS model is now rendering. Justin, can you just join the stream? I really want you to join. It's much funner when we are both tracking it. It's just a lot of fun. It really is. And by the way, Justin is the super expertise when it comes to the tropics, severe weather, all that shenanigans, wildfires, etc. Valdosta, something like that. See, you guys say it differently than I say it, so. Okay, Melbourne, Florida. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. Melbourne, Florida. So let's look at Melbourne, Florida. Again, I'm trying to get to all of the questions that I can get, but chat is zooming on by at 50 million miles an hour. So that would be in Melbourne area. So right now, you could get up to about a few inches of rainfall potentially. There is Cape Canaveral. See, I always think Cape Canaveral is down here and Cape Coral is up over here. So they sound really similar. Cape Canaveral, Cape Coral do sound similar, but they're in two different locations. So yeah, actually that location helped me out. So now I know where Cape Canaveral actually is. I should have known that long time ago, but I do know now. Yeah, Justin, help me answer questions. Yeah, be careful, folks. We have to keep this appropriate in the chat. Do not dox your exact address. I do not need to know your exact address. Please, for the love of God, do not. All right. I'm trusted. You can trust me, but I'm just telling you, you can't trust other people out there, especially this day and age. For an election that's coming up, people are stressed, people are angry at themselves, people can do some crazy bad stuff. So just give me a main city or a town that you live closest to. Do not give me any area codes or any sort of thing like that. It's not going to help out. Because let's just say you live in northern Tampa. What would make the difference if you live in northern Tampa and southern Tampa? So like if you live up here or if you live down here, right? The two circles that I drew up, I'm going to give you pretty much the same forecast. I really am. Because, I mean, come on. The only thing I can say is if the hurricane is like 3 hours away and it's about to make landfall, then I can say that, yeah, you might see the landfall or you won't see the landfall. But the chat is going really fast. Justin, I need your help. I do need your help in here. I'm being serious. I mean, chat is racing on by. DeLand, Florida. I'm going to try my best here until Justin actually joins. If he does, if he can. So, DeLand, Georgia, certainly not out of the woods. Certainly going to get some impacts. Heavy rainfall, flooding, gusty winds, that sort of thing. I'll tell you what right now. It will be a little stronger than Helene because, again, the angle of attack here is in that general direction. So, yes, you will get winds stronger than Helene for sure, and your rainfall impacts could be a little bit more significant than Helene. How about Gainesville, Georgia? Let's see. Florida. Sorry. See, I think Gainesville, one of those names. It's like Cape Canaveral and Cape Coral here. So Gainesville, Florida, it just feels like it should be in Georgia, but that's not me to decide, right? So Gainesville, Florida, probably going to get the more concerning aspect of the heavy rainfall and flood concerns at the moment. Doesn't look very good up in that area. Ocala, Florida, doesn't look good at all. $19 million home in Tampa Bay. Who has a $19 million home? Boy, if you have a $19 million home, I will have to say congratulations. Congratulations. It's probably a mansion of some sort, right? But I don't know. I'm sure it's hurricane proof, though. What about Cape Coral? So Cape Coral down here is going to get some impacts. 1 to 3 inches of rain is expected. In fact, you know what? You know what I'm going to do to make my life easier? Is I'm going to actually go to windy.com and I'm just going to go to rainfall totals, since a lot of you are curious about the rainfall totals, and I don't blame you. I really don't blame you at all. I would be very curious myself. So let's go through Thursday. And let's see. Yeah, we're going to go all the way between now and let's do midday Thursday. So, areas in the orange here could see up to 4 to 5 inches. But look at some of these areas up here. 16 inches near Jacksonville, Florida. Again, this is the area right up in here which could have the most rainfall. Okay, so Spring Hill, Palm Coast, Gainesville, Florida. If you're in Jenna, Florida, Jacksonville. But there's that sharp gradient again. Like I said, this could go further north or further south. Valdosta, Georgia, about 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. Douglas, actually more specifically on an overall spectral based on the NAM or the National Blended Models, more like a 1/2 inch to 2 inches of rainfall. But really, south of Valdosta, man, I'm concerned. I'm really concerned. Up to 8 inches of rain along the coast here of Morocco or Marco Island, and then Key West could still get 4 inches of rainfall. By the way, if you guys haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so. Almost up to 800 likes. We will probably reach 1,000 likes easily in this live stream. So if you haven't liked the stream yet, please consider doing so. Also, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. I want to thank you all for getting me to 30,000 subs from Hurricane Helene. It's an honor. It really does. Because, boy, you don't know how much sleep I got after that system. I slept almost 2 days straight. Not literally 2 days straight, but I was a zombie. Because all that adrenaline left my body, and I was like, oh, I feel crappy. I just don't feel good at all. But you know what? It was worth it. It really was. Keeping you all updated on Helene, man. That thing will not be forgotten, but this may be a new this system may be a new not forgotten storm. Which, by the way, man, the Euro, I'm just looking at this, 20 inches of rainfall, 20 inches in a small area. Man, on a global computer model, that's incredible. On the GFS, pretty aggressive too. Almost a foot in some areas. Pretty concerning. Really, really concerning. Now, let's see the waves. I want to see the surf on this, because some of you are probably wondering, what does the surf look like, David? Now, remember, the European model is not a very aggressive model, so this is probably taken with a grain of salt. Our surf will probably be a lot more than just, say, 25 feet with this, especially if it becomes a Cat 4 or a Category 3 or even a Category 5. We could have surf greater than 40 feet high. The GFS a little bit more aggressive with the surf. You can see it right here, up to maybe 30 feet with that. So big swells, big winds, and big flooding as well. All right. Pasco County, please. Sorry if I took a break from the questions. You know what? Actually, does this give me counties? I sure... Okay, no, it's not. I'm just going to stick to weather or radar omega. There we go. So Tommytown area, Dade City, definitely in trouble. I'll just say that, in trouble. A lot of rainfall. Lakeland, please. Glad you guys are asking these questions, though. I do appreciate that. I'm doing as fast as I can to get to these questions. I really am. I'm trying my very best. Let's see. Oh, that's not right. Oh, I put it, please, no wonder why. Lakeland, Florida. Did not mean to copy that whole thing. Yeah, so again, in the Tampa area, going to get a lot of heavy rainfall. Oh, I did not know it actually would save little locations here. Pretty cool. Unless I click away. Thank you so much, Chase. By the way, Chase, what are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts on the system? I hope Justin is still here. Justin, are you here? Can you... Yeah, you're still here, I'm sure. Okay, you're here. Yes. Yes. You're here still. Please, Center Hill. Okay, Center Hill, probably Florida. Hey, is there a hill in Florida that's called it? I mean, there must be a hill that's in the center of Florida. Center Hill, maybe yeah, it's probably going to be, yep, Center Hill, Florida. If there is a little hill in that area, I would literally go climb it and be like, I am the center of all hills, right? So definitely going to get a lot of rainfall in the Center Hill area near Webster, Wildwood, the villages. But yeah, the Big Bend area could get the most rainfall and also, of course, the strongest winds. Claremont, Florida. Man, this chat is going like crazy. Oh my goodness. Claremont. Probably the most busiest stream I have ever had in a while. So, Claremont, Florida. Okay, Claremont, Florida is not there, so... Sorry, you guys. I'll admit I'm pretty dumb. I don't know every... That's a little town, by the way, so that's probably one of the reasons why. So yes, I've noticed a lot of people are asking their location or asking for impacts in this general area. I will tell you right now, the oh, 10 seconds. Thank you. Thank you for the slow mode. Yeah, so this is to moderate, to keep the chat a little slower, you know. Sorry, that's what happens when the chat... Hey, it's fine. It's good. That's good. There's a lot of interaction. That's what we like to see. Interaction. Share this. Like it and subscribe. It really helps the YouTube algorithm. But sometimes when the chat gets too active, when it goes too fast, that's when we have to initialize a slow mode. It won't be like that in every stream. We will disable it in the next stream. But if that gets if that gets quick again, we'll have to enable it. It's more of kind of a stream by stream basis. Lake Okeechobee. So Lake Okeechobee could get a little bit of rainfall between 1 to 3 inches in that area, given our national blend of models. Again, I'm going to go right back to the rainfall forecast. Oh, did that freeze up? No, it didn't. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, it just, the way it initialized. All right, so the rainfall forecast here, most of Florida is going to see at least 2+ inches of rain, except for Crestview. Panama City might see less than an inch of rain, but I'll tell you, Tallahassee, further southeast across Florida, it could see an inch plus and a foot in some areas. But this is really, really good. This is good to see all the interaction. The best stream I've ever had, and I'm glad you guys are here because I love doing these. And I thought that, you know what? People, because I saw you guys in the comment section on my last video said, I can't wait for your stream. David, please stream soon. Please stream soon. I'm like, no, I can't. I got to wait for the model data. So everyone was excited, and I'm thankful. I'm really blessed and thankful for that. So Yeah, we're going to get our new hurricane models, but our GFS is coming on in right now. It's coming down the pike. So let's take a look at what it's showing. 0Z. 0Z is in. It's a little further east, and it's still as strong. Not as... Wait, is that 959 or is that 969? I can't read that. I think it's 969, if I gather. Hey, Justin, are you ready? Are you ready to chat, VC, about this system? Subscribe from Live Oak, Florida. Thank you for subscribing. You're not ready? Not yet. Darn it. I need you. I need ya. So I'm looking at chat. All right. 959 it looks like. Okay, someone said 69. It's 969. See, only if I could zoom a little in there. Yeah, it's 9. Oh, my audio. Did my audio go out? What? You know what? I tapped it with my shoulder. That's what I did. When I scooted in, I tapped it. So sorry. I did not even realize that I tapped on it. Sorry, folks, if you lost me there for a second. Because I went forward, and as I went forward to look for that pressure number, I bet you my shoulder blade right here hit it. It hit the dip switch on here, and that's what happened. Yeah, when I said no audio, rest in peace audio, I'm like, oh crap, what happened? Did my stream go out? Sorry. Oh man, I feel bad. I feel so bad. It happens. It happens. Okay, what does our system look like? Oh, it looks stronger. Now that's 959. Now it's 959. That's not 969 now. Man, that pressure, look at that pressure drop of 10 millibars. 969 to 959 millibars. Wow, that's a big drop in 6 hours. 6-hour pressure drop of 10 millibars. You know what? Let me see what that is. I think that's like 2 millibars an hour. 2 times 6. That's 12 millibars. So it's about 1.8, 1.9 millibars. It is weaker on this run, though, on the latest. It kind of goes back and forth, but 957 millibars, that's a major hurricane on the GFS. And really shows it pretty close to where the hurricane models have it. By the way, there is the front right there. There's kind of that draping, decaying, whatever cold front you want to say. Kind of the thermal gradient. Oh yeah, the thermal gradient, that is. And that's going to be what causes a lot of the wind shear to actually occur. Yeah, so the system is still protected, so it could still theoretically strengthen. So the GFS has not changed. It is still showing a major hurricane. It's about how strong will it get when it makes its approach to Tampa Bay. That's a very, very compact system, though. That's a very compact system. Interesting, though, there is also a little bit of something that's also on the GFS. Not a tropical system, but there's a little bit of a vortex right here, too. That would be a little interesting. Get maybe like a little mini tropical depression there, quickly forming. It's not going to happen, though. Not with the wind shear that is going to be over the system. But that's a little bit of a demarcation right there. Some enhanced convection, too. If we go to our vort, yeah, you can see there is some spin on that. Okay, still 957 millibars. Pressure doesn't. Yeah, it's definitely weaker, but it's further south. This is a further south system. So interesting. It does not strengthen it as much, which will be an important factor on what our next hurricane models do. There is like a little bit of a front here, a diffused front that's located over central Florida. That's why you're going to get all this rainfall. Again, the rainfall is going to arrive a lot sooner. I mean, look at, even by 18 hours out by Sunday, you get heavy rainfall. Also, yes, tornadoes are certainly a possibility with this. Could you use another mod? Hey, Lisa. So if you're asking to be mod, we have 2 mods right now. Thank you, Liz Void. By the way, we are 50 likes away from 1,000, so thank you guys for giving me the thumbs up, 7 up. But yeah, the GFS is going to be, it's not, I mean, I look at the GFS at this point as in track, not intensity. Because, of course, you guys, please understand this. The GFS is not in meso terms, it's not a high-resolution model. All right? It's not used for hurricanes. Now, we do it when hurricane models are not being run through. So, like, if we didn't get the HMON, the HAVS A, the HAVS B, the HWARF, or anything, we would rely on the GFS model. But now we have our hurricane models, which show us a different picture. And those are more detailed in as far as intensity goes and as far as track goes. But this kind of gives us kind of a picture of, okay, if the GFS is still showing a 954, maybe a 950, means it's going to be pretty strong. How strong? We shall find out. It's going to be important over the next few days on what this system right here, what Milton will do. Which, by the way, I don't know if it's a coincidence, and I don't know if you guys noticed this at all. Remember what goes with Beryl? I want you guys to kind of hone in on that. What goes with Beryl? What goes with Beryl? The name Beryl. What? They're retiring the HWARF? No way. Really, Justin? Eventually? No. Get it? Barreling through the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico, right? Beryl went barreling through the Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico. Did you notice that? Yeah, so it kind of goes really well. Like Beryl went barreling through the Caribbean into the Gulf. But also, what about Milton? If you take the tin away, Milton, right? It's two syllables. Mil, M-I-L, tin, T-O-N. So if you take away the tin, mill, what does it mean? You're milling around. You're milling around the system. So the hurricane or the tropical storm is milling around in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. Do you get it now? I don't know if it's a coincidence that, I mean, Milton is literally milling around right now. It's incredible. Well, it's not really incredible, but like, what in the heck? In the name of Frank, who designed the list of named storms this year? And well, we had Beryl that went pretty quick through the Caribbean. It literally barreled right through, and now we have a very slow drifting system that is milling around there in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's Milton. That really is. Milton is what it means. All right, let's look at the latest GFS. 952 millibars. And yes, this is going right for Tampa Bay. Right directly for Tampa Bay right now. 952 millibar system. Is this actually weaker? Got down to 949. We'll see if that gets... Oh, man, that gets awfully close to Tampa Bay. Actually, no, that does make landfall almost directly over Tampa Bay by Wednesday morning. 953 millibar system. 953 millibar. And that is further south. It's also faster, too. So the 18Z GFS was slower, but also... yeah, this is the fastest run so far, and it wants it by Wednesday morning. But however, though, our hurricane models show otherwise. That's why I think the GFS may need to be corrected in future runs. But it does show it intensifying to a 952, 953 millibar system. Let me see what the icon is showing. Actually, let's see what the CMC is showing. CMC, what you doing down there? CMC is actually a lot further to the south. The Canadian model. So, there's deep convection increasing. We'll see if the center gets a little further underneath. I think the center, though, is... yeah, it's right here where all this deep convection is. Thank you, Peter Moss, for the $10 donation. I do appreciate that. Eyewall looks nearly close on latest microwave imagery. I hope you're kidding. I hope you're joking around. I hope you're joking around with me. I really hope so. If it's nearly closed, get like, I mean, come on, Milton. You're really doing this tonight. You're literally going to do this tonight. Let me see. I have not used this product at all this year yet. Ooh, boy, it's trying. It is trying. You can see it right there. This is the latest as of, as about 8 o'clock. And you can see the eye wall. The southern eye wall is trying. And the center is literally right in here. So it is actually very well stacked right now. It is very well stacked, and this is in the process of wrapping all the way around. Oh, no, dude. That is not good. Not good at all. Yeah, but so this is a microwave imagery showing us on Milton. Redder and oranger colors indicate more deeper convection, essentially. And so we do have a developing banding future right here. We even have another banding future. And again, the main southern eye wall is trying. Looks like it is trying to wrap all the way. It's doing its hardest at doing that. So this is going to be, we need to really watch that. Because if that closes up tonight, like what the models are suggesting, then we have a whole problem ahead of us. Something that we have not dealt with. Something that we have not dealt with. What are your thoughts, Justin? Looking at microwave satellite imagery. I want to hear your thoughts. Because, boy, that looks pretty good. It looks like it's trying. It's trying to close up that southern eye wall. Or that northern eye wall, or soon to become the northern eye wall. When do the hurricane hunters are going into Milton? Good question. Good question. So let's take a look. Where are we at? Right here. So the mission today. So they're going to do a mission and they're going to fly into their wait. Yeah, they're going to fly into there by 10Z to 14Z, and it will be a tail Doppler radar mission. So they're going to be flying into this early tomorrow morning to getting an estimate of what it looks like. And surface to 10,000 feet is the investigation. And then, of course, possible low-level invest mission, that's already going to happen. We're getting planes out into that. And this is really when it gets, when the party starts. This is going to start tomorrow, actually. So they're going to do a teal mission that they're going to fly into the system, actually 17Z. And then they're going to do another mission tomorrow. Yes, I get to work. And worst of all, I get to have a 30-minute lunch. Sometimes they give me an hour. Sometimes they give me a 30-minute lunch. I get a 30-minute lunch tomorrow, which is very unfortunate because instead of me taking my time eating and then doing a quick live stream, I'm going to have to hurry the F up and eat because I don't have much time. No, it's not closed right now, Justin. No, it's not. But yeah, no, I don't want that. But yeah, they have a lot of flights they're going to conduct. In fact, let's count. They're going to do, let's see, one. Shoot. They're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. They're going to do 4 plane missions tomorrow. Yeah, they're going to do 4 missions tomorrow. And then 3 missions the next day, which I think they're going to have to add another one. Probably. Actually, they will, because that will probably be the succeeding day. You know what? Yes, here it is. Yeah, so they're going to do 2 more missions after this, of course. So yeah, big day coming up. Big day tomorrow. Big day. We're going to stop using satellite intensity estimates tomorrow, and we're going to use recon data. Can't wait for them to fly out into that. Can't wait. But I'll tell you right now, oh man, the way this is looking on microwave imagery right now is not pleasant. It's not good. If it's halfway open. Of course, it's going to take time, but boy, with the shear that's very light, this is going to wrap. It's going to wrap up very quickly. I shouldn't say this, but where did I get my meteorology degree? Because I don't have one yet. I'm in the process, the very early stages of getting one, but that doesn't matter because I'm smart. I'm smart, and you all know I'm smart. I'm using my good old brain up here to do what I need to do with it to bring you guys the information. Some ways I would be streaming tomorrow before work. Yeah, I did throw you guys off there. I will stream tomorrow before work. I don't think I'm going to do a video. I'm just going to come home after church, get a stream ready to go. It's going to probably be about an hour and a half to 2 hours. It just depends. If I get home from church at 12, build a stream or kind of set up the stream. Should go live about 1:30. Man, it's only going to be probably, or go live at 1. Now, I'm not going to have a whole lot of time. Man, I hate freaking work sometimes. I really do. Yeah, exactly, M Stone. Who needs a degree when there's actually models to read off of? It will rapidly intensify. Trust me, it will. Omar, I'm sure it will too, but what makes you think that, like, you're saying it will? Like, you're saying, oh, it's going to, David. Don't worry, it will. You're like, you make it sound like it's 100% chance it's going to rapidly intensify. There's always that chance it doesn't. Yeah, but the deep convection here is quite... It's definitely getting its act together. It really is. And you could see in the last few frames how that deep convection there, watch this, watch more up there. See, there's another little blip of deep convection that is bubbling up. Maybe our hurricane models are coming in. Are they not? Oh, they're not going to come in for a while. I just realized that. What's up, Aero Force? What's up, Aina? How are you doing? Yeah, be sure to share, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. Because, yes, those hurricane models are next up in our lineup. Batter up! And the next models to render will be the halves A and B, then the H-Mon, then the H-Wharf. But I want to hear your and it will hit Tampa Bay, Florida because of a cold front. Again, you're saying, oh no, you said it could. All right, recorrecting that. Water vapor looks cool. You like the water vapor that I provide? Well, gotta say thank you to Cyclonic WX for that. I'm going to start using them because the satellite images don't glitch out. Yeah, look at this outflow. Man, that is spectacular outflow. Look at this outflow channeling. You can see the outflow. Man, that is picture perfect, unfortunately. Right in there. Picture perfect. You can see that right there. No shear. No shear at all. Yeah, storm already looks ominous, and it just developed out of nowhere. Yeah, you want to see the evolution of this? I'm sure some of you may want to see that. It literally, this is just how quick developed. So let me go over to, by the way, there is Kirk. Look how big that system is compared to our small guy down here in the Gulf. So let me go over here and show you all just how quick this thing just evolved. So you can see, look at what it looked like. This is what really kind of was like, it's not really going to develop very much. But look what all happened. There was a low-level center that started to develop here. And once that thing took off, you can see how it all started. Some convection, and then it just kind of went from there. Especially yesterday, this deep area of convection just really blossomed, and it continued. And look at what it looks like now. Look at the difference. Watch the difference. Watch this. Take note, it's more blobby. So this morning it was kind of more blobby. Didn't look like, it's probably not going to do much, right? Look at what happens, though, towards the last few frames. Look at that curl that it starts to develop. Look at that curl. You could definitely see that the system really evolves really quickly in the last 6 hours. More blobby burstiness, and now it seems to have developed this little, these little bands, if you will. And that's a nasty look. Very small. I mean, this system is about as big as this blob of convection. And I'll tell you right now, it is nowhere as big as Kirk over here. Which, by the way, Kirk looked pretty impressive. And you can see it right there, how that all evolved. That's probably what our system might end up looking like at this rate. So you can see that. So we're just going to have to watch. We're just going to have to wait and see what models are going to do when the 0Z hurricane models come out. See, to me, the GFS may have downtrended a little bit, just a few millibars, but I look at that and be like, it's not going to be much. Easy is here. What's up, Easy? What's up, Easy? Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Your name is just perfect. This is not no easy peasy lemon squeezy storm. Oh, you're not gonna join the call? Darn it. Looks like a 60 to 74 mile per hour storm right there. I'm not going that aggressive. I would say at least we'll see what the convective structure, how this burst evolves. See if the pressure has dropped. No, it hasn't dropped much. We're going to see, though. I would say right now, my best guess... Okay, you know what? Since you all are still here, you guys are going to be the satellite intensity estimates. So, look at the satellite right now, and you guys are going to guess what the intensity, current intensity is. Put the pressure, so type it out like this. So like, for an example, 999.8 millibars slash, say, like 45 miles per hour. That's how I want it typed out, okay? So, are you guys ready? Guess the intensity. Estimate the intensity. We're going to play a little bit of, not really a game, but like a little bit of interaction. 996 millibars, 50 miles an hour. All right, Intel, the Intel estimate. 998.3, 55. Whoa, Matthew is seeing some of that deep convection, probably thinking that it intensified a little bit. Matthew Lar, 70 mile an hour system. Geez, that's a little aggressive. 993 millibars, 50 miles an hour, easy peasy says. No, it's not 970. Oh my gosh, if you're going 970, then we have a hurricane to deal with right now, but I don't think it is. It is not 947. Come on, folks. You're a little aggressive on the intensity. I would say right now, based on this, it's probably... Man. I would say right now it's probably about... Gosh. If I could guess, it's probably about 997.5 millibars, and winds are about 40 knots. Only a knot higher than the intensity estimates. Oh my gosh, Aero Force. Stop that. It is not 891 millibars. What in the heck? Oh my. Oh, these are wild. 767 millibars, 345 miles an hour. Oh my gosh. Well, if you're guessing that, you might have to get resetted or a reboot. Maybe you need to be recalibrated. No, I'm just kidding. Recalibrated. All right, you know what? I'm going to type in something. All right, you guys. Okay, I've shut you guys down. I'm rebooting you. Reboot in process. I love you guys. I love you guys. You're the reason why I streamed tonight. I was thinking that, man, they're all excited for me to create this stream. And when I created it, it was like, oh man, everyone joined in at the same time. So that's why I just like you guys. Boy, this deep convection over here to the north is trying. It is really trying to get its act together. We're definitely getting banding futures increasing, though. We are definitely increasing the banding futures. We got a banding future here. We got a banding future here. And I think we're even starting... Yeah, we're even getting some banding over here and even over here. So this is definitely organizing. It really is. How strong do you think this will be at landfall? So Hurricane Milton, I think it's going to be a Category 3 with 120, about 120 to 100 and oh man, probably about 120 to 130. So a Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. Because because the weakening that happens, when that happens, is going to be the thing. But I do think this will reach high end category or low to mid grade category 4, then weaken before landfall. So it's like a category 3 or 4 at landfall. What do you think, Easy Peasy? What are your thoughts? How strong do you think this will get? I bet you're going to probably say Cat 5. Hopefully not. New scan, 1. Oh, gosh. Titans. No, no, no. What's up, Freckles? 83. How are you doing? Where's the storm going? It's going a little bit to the northeast right now. We'll see if the center is wobbling a little bit around. But it is interesting once we get our new, we'll see what it initializes, but interesting that if this is going to go with the halves A or halves B, the intensity estimates have not come up much. Yeah, they have not come up much at all. So it is interesting to see that. However, it does show you see the convective structure on here is a little bit messy. Little messy. An eye does try to form, though, but then the eye gets covered up, as you can see there. But it is really intense out there, though, at first. I say Cat 3. That's what I'm going with. I'd say Cat 3 at landfall. Steve, okay. Dark Crab says Cat 4 and 5 at landfall. Not likely, but okay. I like to hear all your guys' guesses. I just like to hear that. I do. Some of you are saying Cat 4. Some of you are saying Cat 3. Some of you are saying Cat... Wow, this deep convection here. Yikes. Smoky smokes. That is some really deep convection right there. Really deep. That is negative 84 Celsius cloud tops. Wow, that is really blossoming right now. That is blossoming right there. Yeah, that's a huge burst. You look at that burst right there. Really blew up. That's why I love these meso satellite images. It could be a Cat 3 by tomorrow. Yeah, we'll have to see about that one. I would say at least a strong tropical storm low-grade hurricane by tomorrow night. Milton's trying to close off that northern eye wall right now. It's trying. I'll start rendering. All right, Aero Force. All right. So how this will work is Aero Force, I'll say begin rendering process for Aero Force model. Run forecast 4 days out, 3-hour increments. Can you check Discord, David? Sure. Easy peasy lemon. Yes, I do want you. I'm going to call you right now. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy. What's up? Your mic. You're muffling really bad. No. All right, Aero Force is starting to render right now. I shouldn't really be using that on a stream, but I will for the heck of it when it's done. If it's going to show a 900 or an 870 millibar system, then I'm not going to even dare. I'll show it through once anyways, though. What's up, Michael? Another Californian local. How are you doing, buddy? Man, this deep convection right here is really... It's blowing. It's blowing right now. Look at that. Just look at this. You can really see it. It's just blowing up. While we're waiting for our hurricane models, this is what we're going to be looking at. And boy, that thing is just... Shoot. You know what? It is so strong that there's like a little shock wave that emanates out of this. Wow. Oh, way better. Well, by the way, let me... Yeah, there you go. Now people will be able to hear you. By the way, Say hello, Easy.
Hello.
This is one of our viewers that is a supporter. I'm glad you're here. By the way, Easy, dude, this thing... I mean, instead of really struggling, this thing isn't struggling at all.
Yeah, that shear that was forecasted to really tear the storm apart is not doing its job.
Well, it's not supposed to really pick up until in the next 3 or so days. What is your guess? Okay, Philip says, thank you for the $2 donation, brother. I do appreciate it. What is your guess on wind speed Polk County? So, Polk County. So, Polk County... Oh, no, that's... I'll say Polk City, which is probably in Polk County-ish. So... You're going to probably get definitely tropical storm force winds with wind gusts probably up in that range of about, say, wind gusts probably up to about 60 to 70 miles an hour. Maybe even a little higher near hurricane force because it's going to weaken. And again, depending on how close it gets to your area. Yeah, I got it. Does this mean we're headed for a strong Cat 4 or Cat 5 territory? I'm not saying that for sure. I'm not saying that for certain. But this is some really deep convection right here. This is very deep. I mean... Yeah, look at those cloud tops. That's negative 85 Celsius. That's as tall of cloud tops you can possibly get. Yeah, this is really blowing up. Really doing its job. Yeah, what are your thoughts, Easy? How strong do you think this could get?
So my prediction right now, off of current data of the 18Z, is going to be a low-end Cat 4 right above Tampa.
Jeez, that's a bit aggressive, but it's possible. Thank you, no mandates, not a fad. I do appreciate that. I'm glad you liked the map a lot. Yeah, this is 3D. Well, not 3D now, but I can turn it to 3D and I can angle the map so you guys can see that.
All right, we got 0Z halves A coming in.
Oh! Oh, wow, it's early. It's early. Head of the game over here. Halves A is coming in. Let's see.
Hasn't rendered yet, but we're working on it.
Wow, it initialized a lot weaker. Yeah, wow. Definitely a lot weaker. Yeah, wow. Not as strong. 1005.8, which is probably an underestimate because, because ADT shows 999.9 millibars still. So I don't know where that data is coming from. I'm definitely certain, though, it's... Oh, and it rendered a little more. By tonight, it wants it down to 9. Yeah, it's 2 millibars weaker. It's 2 millibars weaker. Does not mean the whole story, though. I mean... Yeah, I would say...
V model wants it down to 995 by 2 a.m.
Halves B is in? What? It's starting to render already, too. Here we go, folks. Our hurricane models are rendering. Oh my... It's a millibar weaker. It's a millibar weaker. And there's no hurricane force winds, though. Which seems more likely than not. But wow, that really gets its act together, though. That really does. I'm not surprised, given that we are seeing that big burst of deep convection right now. Bro, David, it's worse. As in what? Like, what do you mean it's worse? Because I only have these two in yet right now. It's not worse on here. We're not seeing 66 knots on this model. It's 59 knots. And the pressure is up by 1 millibar. Location is a little further south, though. Actually, it's been trending south on this in the last few runs. Well, we'll see what that means if it goes further south. Might avoid that shear a little bit more.
If we get that southerly turn, we are in big trouble. But models have been indicating actually on a more northern turn. Especially on that, I think, H-Mon showing a more northerly turn.
All right, someone needs to get to work as being mod. Someone's spreading misinformation. Actually, wait, no. Chase has it. Chase got to it. Thank you, Chase. Now we're trying to keep the weather very civil and real here in the live stream. Anything about HARP? Oh, HARP is to blame this, and this and that. I mean, you will be your message will be deleted, and if it continues, you will be put on timeout. You will be put on timeout, and if it continues, you'll be hidden. So, yeah, spaghetti plot. Let me look at the spaghetti models. There's going to be a lot of them, so I hope you're ready to see a lot of lines on your screen. So here is all the different models, the early runs and the late runs. Which, by the way, I'll send you this link easy.
Gotcha.
There's like more than like 50 to 70 models I'm estimating that do this, so pretty good. Pretty good stuff. H-Mon is starting to come out. Wow, all the Hurricane models are coming out nearly at the same time. Maybe the H-Wharf is the one that's running a little far. Yeah, this too initialized. Let's see what this did. Yeah, it initialized weaker. What in the heck? Okay, no, that's not right. Look at lowest pressure away from the circulation. So that might be a glitch. So I would say pressure's down to about 1,000 millibars. Because look at that wind right there. You can see, I mean, the center of low pressure is literally where winds are coming in out of the east. it did not initialize that properly. The halves A did a fair job of initializing. We'll see about the H-Wharf, though. That will come out. That has not started rendering yet. But I'm just telling you, HMON had a little issue initializing properly. But it fixes it, though, at the end, but with one frame. And by the way, I want to make it clear, winds are not 33 knots. I really hope you know that. Winds are not 33 knots. They're at about 40 knots right now. So this did not do good. The HMON did not do good at initializing. The halves A did. It could do better. It was also off by a little bit. Halves, let's see how the halves did. Also not good. So these three models did not initialize this as good as the last run. So that might affect what goes on down the road. What does the AI model, or we're going to call it the chase model, the artificial chase model? The artificial model is not showing it as strong. Well, of course, it's not a high-res model. Yeah, it's not. It did uptrend a little bit, but it is still weaker. I think they're using it for tracks mainly. It's not a very high-res model right now, but does show a 978 millibar system. So it does get down into hurricane intensity criteria. But honestly, at this point, I'm not really going to look at global models as much. I just like looking at them just to see what they are showing. But I'll tell you, the GFS does want this to wants this to actually intensify up until landfall. That's no bueno. Actually wants it to intensify up until landfall, almost till landfall. 111 miles an hour on the GFS. And then that really becomes a big system once it moves off of Florida. Oh man, easy. You need to look at the GFS, the 0Z GFS.
The 0Z GFS.
We have another partner after this, after Milton.
Let me see here.
I guess, I'm guessing.
Oh.
Yeah, Milton brought another partner with it just a little later on.
That looks like an Idalia setup if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, look how quick that develops. Oh my gosh, what is it with the golf? Literally, what is it with the golf this year? Oh, I'm not putting a lot of mate and state on it right now, but 10 days out, it's been showing something in that area, though. There's been something popping up on the GFS. I'm not too concerned, one storm at a time, but it's been showing something forming up there in the northwestern Caribbean.
I hate to say it, but on the Canadian, it does show a little something forming in the Gulf. Like the remnants of it's not even the remnants though, it's like on the back end of it.
I see what you mean. That's really broad though. That's very broad. But would bring rain to the Gulf Coast states again, like Louisiana and Mississippi and Alabama. Man, that GFS, you gotta be kidding. 954 millibar system. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it. It is very far out, but I'm telling you, I want to show you guys something. Does this ring a bell a little bit right here? So, let me go back out. I just wanted to show while we're waiting for our models to render. Does this match? So this is October the 16th, right? October the 15th and the 16th. And look at October the 15th and the 16th-ish. So maybe the GFS is on to something. So we do need to see and wait on future runs if that sticks. 947 now. Wow, dude. Yes, what is it, Chase? What is it, Chase? What is it, Chase? What is it, Chase? And again, what is it, Chase? IR is looking really bad right now. Easy?
Yeah.
We have an inner core forming very quickly on this.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I didn't want to say anything just yet, but I sadly see it.
There is banding really increasing closer to the center. One over here in a big area right there. But back to the GFS. Oh, can't we just get done with the tropics, please? Man, this is ridiculous. Boy, if we get another major hurricane, boy, this is a backloaded season. I'm not too concerned about it. I'm not concerned about it at all. One storm at a time. One storm at a time.
I do want to say one thing though, one thing that we might be missing here. Since there is going to be shear present, and a lot of it, or that's what at least is getting predicted, the tornado potential on a front band that sweeps through Florida is highly, highly favorable. So we got to watch out for that upper band. If it does form in the right way, we got to look out for the tornado potential.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Angelina, Commander. How are you doing, Angelina? Or Angela? Did I actually call you Angelina? Sorry. Your name looks just like the name Angelina, so I'll call you Angela. But thank you for the $20 donation. All right, I hope I didn't miss your... Oh, Megan is here. My sister? Where is she at? Sorry. Meg. Oh, there she is. All right. Got you. I got you. Look at your name. It will turn blue. Megan, we have a serious situation unfolding. Surprise development may not end well for Florida. Hurricane models are coming in, and this thing is really organizing. You know what? I think that is the beginnings of an eye wall to the north that is forming. I wonder if ADT is going to do something with this. Nope, not yet. It's going to pass right by that buoy, though, so it's going to be interesting to see what the air pressure does. Oh, nice, Megan. Yeah, Megan, since you've been following along, I wanted to show you the last... My sister, by the way, is... You're not even close to the hurricane area, thank goodness, but my mom and the family and friends over there are. This really looks bad. And we'll wait to see what our hurricane, our 0Z GF, or 0Z hurricane models will show. But models are going pretty pretty concerning on this. And if a inner core structure is forming on this, I don't even want to begin to think. I don't even want to begin to think. Man, it is trying, dude. It's trying.
HMON is starting.
Yeah, HMON's been rendering. It's slow, though. It's really running slow. Let me see the 0Z again, though. The halves A and B, which are the first runs to come in. Oh, wow. It's deeper. Are you kidding me? The halves B has is deeper. Easy. 104 knots. 104 knots by tomorrow night. This Category 3 hurricane by tomorrow night on this run.
Oh, that hurts.
It's stronger. You got to be kidding me. Look at this. Huge uptrend. Huge uptrend in the last 4 runs. I mean, 4 runs ago, this was not going to be much of anything. And look at one run goes by, it's a little stronger. Another run comes by, 100 knots, and now 104 knots. Oh, halves B is not looking good.
Have you seen the simulated IR for Havsby?
I don't want to know, but it's probably bad. Oh, yeah. You know what? It matches, too. It matches that blob. Not very good, but it shows that blob blowing up. So I wonder if it's onto something. Wow, this really blows up by tomorrow morning. I cannot. Oh, man. This is... That pressure drops quick. Get this. All right. 21Z on Sunday. All right. Easy. Which is about 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Florida time. Literally less than 12 hours. It goes from 980 to 960 millibars. 20 millibar drop in like about 9 hours.
Havsby is taking its sweet time.
See ya, Chase. Thank you for tuning in. We have we have Titan and who else do we have? We have Angela here to moderate, so we're fine. As long as we have
I'm looking over at chat too.
All right, good. We have 3. That includes Easy. Because there's been a lot of conspiracy weather talk in the chat. I know, I don't know what the heck nature's doing. Yeah. Excuse me. Less than a month, okay, it hasn't been a month at this point. This is October the 17th, by the way, Easy. Guess what the GFS model shows?
I'm scared to find out.
A 939, 941 millibar hurricane in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, headed towards Florida.
Not that good. It's not good.
And it hits town. Oh my gosh. GFS, seriously, just stop. Just stop the hurricane making process. Same setup too, almost. Just coming from the south and not from the west. That's a much stronger system, though. That's a 9. Wow, gets down to 938 millibars. Again, this is very far out. October the 17th and not October the 7th or the 8th. All right? I want to make it clear. This is very, very far out, but I'm telling you, it matches this. Let me do full screen. It matches this area right here. I just wanted to talk about this really quickly, that we may not be done after Milton. I said that too after Helene. We're probably not done yet. And here comes Milton. And I'm still saying we may not be done yet, because we may have our next system that develops out here and then tracks close and then curves up. More classic track here. It develops out of here and then kind of bends back. This one's doing something a little different. Why Western Florida? Just why?
HMON has came in a little bit.
Let's see what it's showing.
Not much, actually. I'm liking this.
Interesting, it's weaker. Let's see what the wharf is showing. The wharf hasn't come in yet. I'm not going to look at one model. I'm going to look at the majority of models. Let's see what the halves A and B shows. But I'm telling that halves B is looking pretty concerning. It down to 960 is the lowest it has been. Man, that thing develops an inner core pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Yup. What we don't want to see. Wow, actually it takes an Ian track. Almost similar to Ian. Oh, seriously. In less than a month. Remember that, folks. Less than a month. Because we had our recent hurricane in late September. Remember that, few days before October. 3 hurricanes striking nearly in the same area. I really hope this is wrong. I hope the GFS is on to Fantasyland stuff. We're going to have to watch future model runs, though. But that would be another system that would be pretty concerning. I'm taking it with a grain of salt, though. I want to make that clear. I'm not trusting the GFS right now for that system right here. But the pattern does seem to favor that. And that's why I don't think we're done after Milton. I don't think we are. Sadly enough. And I think we may only catch a week or a couple of weeks of a break before our next favorable period comes in. But I know it's far out, so I know you guys are going to probably name call me and say, Dave, that's far out. Why are you looking at something that far out? I shouldn't, but I mean, that popped into my eye. That literally was like, whoa, okay, GFS, what are you on now? I mean, everyone would, I bet you people, we have a problem, easy.
I always hate when you say that.
We got a couple lightning strikes now developing over that blob of deep convection. First time that we've seen any lightning since early this afternoon. We have
That's not good news.
We have lightning. We have a little X right there. See that little X? That's lightning. That's lightning right there being detected by the satellite.
I do have other sad news that is still impactful. The death toll from the previous hurricane is still rising, and the latest polls from it is 227.
Holy cow.
And that's confirmed. Hundreds still missing.
Wow. By the way, you got your internet back, right?
I am still on hotspot.
There's your answer, folks. That tells you right there that my friend Easy is still without actual cabled-like internet. So what lightning means, I wanted to answer this question. So what lightning means is, it means a couple of things. One, the cloud tops are very tall, very intense updrafts. So you're literally throwing those updrafts and moisture so high into the atmosphere that you're actually getting ice crystals. You're actually getting thick ice crystals that charge up the air. And when you get that charge separation, you actually do get lightning. And we're actually seeing some lightning being detected down here too. See that? Lightning right here and a lightning strike right here. So this is, it's going. I think it's boom. It's boom time. I think it's taking off. Unfortunately. You know what? Is that the inner core trying to form right here? I think there's like a mini inner core right where that CDO is. So yeah, lightning is not a good thing. This is not what we want to see. I missed it. Monster behind Milton. Let's go over to Tropical Tidbits and show you that. So, of course, there's Milton. Next 84 hours out on the GFS. Recently popped into the models literally since yesterday. So this is, still developing. And look what happens. We get a break, and then never mind. Another one potentially, but again, I'm not putting any prediction on this. I am not putting anything in it. However, it's been showing something here in the Gulf, either broad or small. In this case, this is showing a pretty small system, and then it grows in size, and look what happens. It goes up the eastern seaboard. So this system, if it were to happen, would not be just a Florida threat, but this would actually go along the eastern seaboard. But I do want to make it clear, this is really far out. Fantasyland, beyond 10 days. All right, 10 days out, 10 plus days actually. And anything could happen. Anything could happen that far out. But again, there's an always if, and if it does happen, that would bring a lot more rainfall. Talk about a flood threat. Florida would get decimated, and if you added it all together with the two systems, potentially Florida could see a couple of feet of rainfall. I don't believe it's going to happen yet. I don't see it happening until I see more consistency.
Holy halves be.
Shh. Oh, don't say it. Don't you dare say it. Don't say it. Don't you say it. Remember the Emoji Movie? Don't you say it. If I catch you saying it, we're going to have to make you smile. It hasn't rendered on my end.
You might want to refresh.
I've refreshed millions of times. I'm on the zero.
You want me to say it?
No.
I'm not going to say it, but it is not good.
Why am I always behind with things? Well, because you're in Eastern time. That's okay. It did come in. Did it? Holy cow! 949 millibars. Almost a Category 4 hurricane in 36 hours. Almost.
I got 936.
936?
Yeah, 8 p.m.
Okay. All right. I'm adding Justin to the call. Justin G is a hurricane expert. Well, yeah, pretty much a hurricane expert at this point. Okay. I knew you would show up. Justin, I'm calling you right now. Please pick up.
Hello?
Hey, Justin. You would show up. Background, there was, stream problem. Oh, no, it was me echoing. 936 millibar, 130 knot hurricane. 130 knot hurricane in 48 hours.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
Who am I echoing?
No, you're not echoing now. It's fine. It was fixed.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's like 10 millibars weaker than last run, but honestly, that's a lot more realistic, in my opinion. and the fact that it's like picking up something that strong is quite telling.
How is it more realistic? It's only a few millibars weaker, though. And the winds actually are stronger, though, Justin. The last run only had it at 123.7 knots. This run has it at about 130 knots.
Yeah, I was looking at that 936 or 939 millibar frame, valid 21Z Monday, and comparing that to 18Z, it was
Oh,
about 10
yeah.
millibars equal.
Oh, I see.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's equaling out now.
Habs A is showing a 9 millibar difference. It is 9 millibar weaker.
Yeah, and I mean it that's to be expected. The Habs A had like a 900 millibar, like historically strong category 5, which just isn't gonna happen. So it makes sense. I mean, it's still gonna show probably a pretty telling system.
Oh, man, that deep convection, Justin. Oh, that deep convection right now on Milton is just blowing up right now.
It is.
Blowing up.
It absolutely is.
Someone was saying on Twitter that the systems this year have had kind of that hard time developing in their core. This one's not having a hard time at all.
That is true. Yeah, this year there's been quite a bit of struggle, honestly, in the early stages of tropical formation, especially with Helene. That one was quite crazy how much that thing struggled in its earlier periods. But I mean, it goes to show how quickly things change. Helene took much longer than expected to get organized, but it went from a mediocre looking category 1 to a, mid-range category 4 in, what was it, 12 to 18 hours. So things change really quickly here in the Gulf. Water temperatures are still extremely hot and conditions are still very favorable.
Havze is really not as aggressive. Well, actually, you know what? It is more aggressive. The pressure is a little weaker, but the winds have come up. So it's not 97.4 knots on that last run. On this run, it's 101.5 knots. So both models now show this a major hurricane by Monday afternoon. What's up?
Yeah, the Habs B kind of went crazy.
Some ways. Thank you for becoming a Tropical Storm member. I do appreciate it.
Like, really crazy.
9. Oh, I'm getting out of here, dude. That's it. There's no 908 millibar system.
And just for those of you who are watching, just because the Habs B says that this is going to be a 908 millibar system does not mean it's going to be. We saw, once again, I'll just use Helene as an example. We saw with Helene the Habs A and Habs B about at this range, showing the system down to about 888 millibars, I believe it was. In reality, we only got down to the mid 930s. So Habs A, Half B without recon data tend to be extremely aggressive with these kinds of conditions, and I would take them with not even a grain of salt, with like the entire package of salt.
Yeah, I'm not. That right there's a Cat 5 hurricane. 155 knot system. Yeah, like really? That's gonna happen. There's no way that's gonna happen. There is no way that's going to happen. And I cannot even imagine how much stronger this could actually get.
Yeah, I mean, that's not going to happen. It doesn't take much to realize that that's not going to happen.
Look at the second hurricane on the 18th of October. I'm not really going to look at that one really much, but yes, there is another system out there lurking in the GFS model field department. Yeah, and Justin, a third one hitting Florida. A third one hitting Florida on the GFS.
That would not be so good.
See that. Let's see what the HMON. Okay, HMON hasn't come in. Right now, we almost have to nowcast. We're going to really have to see what this convection does.
Absolutely, yeah. With that new microwave data, I would not be surprised if we saw a quicker bout of intensification overnight.
There's a lot of banding increasing on that system, though. There is definitely a lot of banding. Looks a little more healthier than it did just even when I started the stream. Come on, Havsby, render your butt. Come on. I need to see it. The whole all frames. Come on. We don't know where the landfall is right now, Roger. We're getting our new models in. We will give you that answer hopefully by 10:15 or sooner. However, you know, Justin, though, the fact that this thing has evolved really quickly, I don't want to say the Havsby is correct, but it is one of those outperforming, outpacing scenarios. Because look at how quick this thing has evolved, Justin. Yesterday, we did not have a system declared. It was only an area of interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say compared to yesterday, or the days before, Milton, is this what this is called? Milton is definitely running ahead of schedule. I will say though, just again, with regard to the halves A and halves B, without recon data input, they tend to be a little bit over on the intensity, if not a lot over on the intensity.
Okay, that makes perfect sense then. If this sticks to the next few runs, even after the recon data gets in there, then we may have a bigger problem. Come on, we need the latest model in. Come on, Havsby. You would not believe which street I lived off of when I was about 7 years old, Justin. Milton! Milton and Fremont. It's like a little cross street. I don't live over there anymore, so it wouldn't hurt to show you guys.
And for those of you asking about specific locations in the chat, I tried to answer as many of those as I could earlier. But just an easier way you can find out about what's coming your way, go ahead and go to the National Weather Service website. You can just come up, and then there's going to be a little place in the top, your address, and that'll tell you not an exact, because nothing can be exact, but a more accurate forecast.
Hopefully you guys caught that. My audio went out a little bit. So, yeah, there's a street name, Milton, right there. So, yeah. Crazy to think about that. I'm one city over. Oh, really, Xbox? Which city? Union City or Milpitas? Or Pleasanton? We got another local. This is awesome. Brother, Xbox rules, if you really like the content, be sure to subscribe. Also, you sound like you're a gamer. You like playing a lot of games. Hey, are you excited for the new flight simulator to come out on the 19th of November? I saw some of the footage when people went to the Flight Expo. Wow, I'm amazed. It's like real life. Your airplane actually has wear and tear on it over time, which is really cool.
Yeah, I'm certainly excited for the new flight sim.
But you know what the problem about that is, Justin? I need to upgrade my computer. I need to get a new motherboard, a new Intel processor, a new graphics card. Yeah,
Yeah, that's not good.
because I need a 4090 and a 14900K Intel i9 processor. And of course, the motherboard that can handle and support that. Go with AMD. There's mixed opinions on that. I think NVIDIA is really good. I like NVIDIA because I could understand the numbers a little bit better. What is what? Because I've been following NVIDIA for a long time, so I know that, 2070, 2080, 2090, 3080, 3070, 3090. I can tell that, the higher the number, it's usually a better graphics card. So that's why.
And
Intel chips are, hold on. Intel chips are trash and degrading. Go with AMD processor. And NVIDIA GPU.
I am looking at the halves A. Oh wait, you don't want me to tell you it ahead of time, right? You want to see it for yourself.
Let me see. You can tell me ahead of time. I don't. Yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was looking at it on Weather Nerds, and it is down to the 930s with around 130 knot winds.
Weather Nerds. Okay. Yeah. I'm just waiting patiently for new frames to come in right now. We only have up to 57 hours. In the meantime, let's look at the... We have not seen an increase, though, on the Doverick estimates yet. That will change in a
There it
hurry.
is. It updated.
Wait, where is it at?
No, tropical. It halves A updated.
And halves... Oh, yeah, halves A did. 928 millibars. Justin, 928 millibars.
Yep, that is quite low.
And it is stronger. Both the pressure is the same, but the wind is stronger. So it was 123.2. This one is 132.6. So cusping category 5 intensity on both of these runs. But again, like Justin said, until we get recon data, these two models do tend to be aggressive. I mean, really aggressive.
Yes. Do not take this exactly.
One thing I will tell you, though, is that the deep convection on the system right now is pretty insane. I mean, look at this blow up right now. All of a sudden, just really blowing up. And in fact, Justin, we are getting cloud tops as cold as negative 85 to almost negative 87 degrees Celsius.
Absolutely, and I think we're probably going to see the formation of a CDO in the coming hours from this new vertical hot tower. That would not be surprising.
Now,
H-Warp has started.
H-Wharf? Okay. Also, Justin, explain to my viewers, what's the difference between, because we could be seeing a CDO right now, but is there an actual, like, what's the difference between a CDO and like a little area of deep convection exploding?
Yeah, so a CDO is going to be a lot more organized. It's typically going to be something that stays for a while, and you get that to kind of happen before you get the organization of an eye. There's the CDO, and there's also a CCC. A CCC is something that happens typically in like the Western Pacific when you have a lot of shear, but also you have those incredibly good thermodynamics, and that just causes a lot of unorganized deep convection. A CDO is going to be a lot of organized deep convection. It's typically going to be somewhat symmetrical, and you can see that starting to form with Milton right now.
So now what does CCC stand for, though?
I actually do not know what CCC stands for. Let's see.
Cavs B frames just came in.
Justin, hold that up for a second. We are down at 897 millibars on the halves B, so we're in the 800s.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah, hour 69 on Tropical Tidbits. 897 millibars.
That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I mean, guys, once again, that's just not gonna happen. I would like to remind you of that. So the reason I'm laughing is because it's just ridiculous. And again, until we get recon data, like it's gonna be kind of off the walls. So I remind you to take this run with a giant grain of salt.
Man, that pressure though. Almost 170 knot winds, dude. Holy crap, holy. Holy mackerel, that is very deep. That is very deep. Yikes.
Okay, so CCC stands for Central Cold Cover, by the way. And then CDO obviously is Central Dense Overcast.
Okay. Makes pretty good sense. Wow, that eye, though, if you go to the Hasbian composite reflectivity, that's as solidified of a inner core structure you can possibly get. Literally. Man, that thing is... Holy... Oh, man, those cloud tops. That's a pink donut right there. That is a pink donut. HMON down at 938. Are you serious? Oh, wait. Okay, you're looking... I thought you just said H-Wharf. Wow.
This half swing is crazy. Oh my god, we're down to 894 millibars now.
On what? Halves A?
Halves B.
I think that's what I showed you and told you, Justin.
No. You showed the 898.
894? Are you serious? Are you serious?
This is an amazingly hilarious run. And once again, guys, for Helene, it showed 888 millibars. So the grain of salt that you should be taking this run with is incredibly giant. Like,
make
as
it really,
big of a grain of salt as you can find.
Justin, make it really clear to them. Like, some people that are just tuning in, they don't understand these models very well, I'm sure. I mean, we've got to really be clear that this is not gonna happen. I bet you 50 bucks that it's not gonna happen. Or $1 billion.
Yeah, I would bet a lot more than 50 bucks, but yeah, I would definitely agree with that.
I'll put my credit card at stake.
However, Justin, it is slower and further south. It is slower and further south.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's slower and it's further south, it may avoid the wind shear. It might just do a little bit deafer and to avoid that. I'm guessing that's what we're probably seeing here.
Well, I think we're probably going to be seeing an increase in shear towards the latter portions of its life when it starts to make landfall in Florida. And that, along with a probable eyewall replacement cycle in that same time period, is going to be a cause for weakening for sure.
But now when looking at the storm-centered X sections, the vortex goes all the way up to almost 50 millibars. 50 millibars into the atmosphere. Oh, wait, no. 100 millibars. I think that's in 100 millibars. Like 200, 250. Yeah. So that would be about 100-ish millibars. Almost about over 50,000 feet tall, that vortex would be. I'm not liking this, though. I am not liking this at all, what I'm seeing. Man, and I'm going to be at work tomorrow. I'm going to literally, if this does get to Cat 5 intensity, I'm just going to call it out. I'm just going to call in sick to work on Wednesday at least. I'm being dead serious. And it takes a lot for me to call in sick, but if this is going to become one of those situations. Oh, looks like it's turning now a little bit to the east-northeast, so it's turning, but it is going to be really strong system. The next update from the NHC will be tomorrow morning at 5 in the morning. They are not doing intermediate updates. Oh no, they are. Okay, they are gonna.
David, it's down to 887 now.
No, it's not. Stop this, Justin.
It is.
With weaker winds too.
87. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to laugh, but oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And yeah, it starts weakening, but that's 893 millibars. That is still below 900 millibars. And yes, that still would be a Cat 5 hurricane. In fact, this would be a Cat 5 hurricane as early as Monday night and remain a Cat 5 hurricane even through Wednesday. So we would be talking about over a day.
Yeah, Halves A is down to 916.
Halves A 916 now? Oh, Justin!
Yeah.
916 on the halves A now.
Yeah, that's, again, pretty unrealistic, but that's crazy.
At least a little bit more realistic than the Halves B, though.
Yeah.
We're still Cat 4 on the HMON, though. We're still Cat 4 on the HMON. H-Wharf is coming in, still getting new frames on that. All the models did shift further south. And also, Justin, we're up to almost negative 90 degrees Celsius cloud tops on our system. Almost negative 90 Celsius.
Yep.
Look at the satellite presentation on this, folks. Look at the satellite on that. That is just sickening. You know what it reminds me of? Hurricane Wilma or Allen with that small eye. Okay, looks like this is going to get awfully close to Tampa Bay, but should turn just to the north based on simulated satellite. Day 3 in the Gulf, and you can't see Florida yet. Again, one look at this. Look how this all evolves too. If we go back, it's just, there's a blob and then it just really tries. And then it really does. I mean, look at this, how this all evolves. It's hard to say right now, Dark Crab. I'll let you know when this. Right now, my early projections based on the simulated IR looks like it's probably going to miss just to the north. But again, how strong this is going to be will be more important. Wow, Justin, this really holds at 912, 910 millibars. That's Cat 5 intensity on both of these models.
Halves A down to 910.
What is it?
Halves A down to 910.
On which frame are you on?
75 hour.
Okay, I'm at 78 hours. It's down. It went up 2 millibars. We got. All right, the system really weakens as it moves northeastward. But it is deeper, way deeper on this model run. It is deeper. And it is slower. So it was 925 in the last run, down to 917. This would still be a Category 5 hurricane. So even so it is weakening at this point, well, again, the apocalyptic halves B, I'm not putting much trust into it because of how strong it shows it, but a 917 millibar could be more reasonable. Possibly. It's still a little high, but 140 knot winds at this point on the modeling. So, it's weakening, but well in reach of major hurricane intensity. I mean, weaker from a Cat 5, so if it's like a 190 mile an hour hurricane and it begins to weaken, it's still going to be catastrophic. Or it would be, depending on how the shear impacts the system.
HMON down to 917 as well.
No, all the models have uptrended on this. All the models have uptrended on this. Actually, 916.6 millibars, to be exact.
H-Dwarf is at 944, but that's only at the 48-hour mark.
Yeah, we're gonna wait a little bit for that. So
The intermediate advisory is out, and it remains 45 miles per hour.
it does?
Yes.
Yup, 45. But see, they're gonna wait for that airplane data to get in there. They're going to wait for that airplane data. They're probably being a little generous right now. They're being a little generous. I'm guessing right now they are, because again, don't assume that, oh, it hasn't increased much in intensity. I mean, it didn't do much, but remember what it can do in the next 24 hours. Just keep that in mind. Man, these cloud tops. Justin, we're almost negative 90 cloud tops on this system. You there, Justin?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we have negative 88 Celsius cloud tops on the tropical system right now. They're getting colder. They're still getting colder.
Yep, and they are starting to curl a little bit too. This thing is tiny.
And that's not a good thing at all. That's not a good thing. Tiny means it spins up very quickly. Okay, we're up to 914. It's weakening on the halves A model. Wait, Christina said 994. We didn't get any new update on the intensity. Well, we're going to wait and see where this makes landfall. Right now, it looks like it's going to be north of Tampa Bay. Yeah, cloud tops. Right up here, it says negative 88 Celsius. Look at right up here, you can see the current plot. Negative 88 Celsius.
You might want to look at that halves to be path that it takes.
Halves B. Every time I look
Yeah.
away. Are you serious? In the same area. Generally in the same area that Hurricane Helene hit.
It had that huge north push.
It's further south though. And it's slower. It's actually slower on this run. And it's more intense. It's at 932 millibars with 126 knot winds. There is definitely dry air penetrating that system, though.
Yeah, on the south side of it.
Yeah, that shear really picks up. You could definitely tell, too. Look at how that core erodes, and the system begins to weaken.
H-Wharf down to 939. H-Wharf is really south.
Well, very far south. Very far south. Actually, it's going to lose latitude. It's actually not gaining latitude at all. It is weaker, though. It is weaker. See what the HMON does. HMON down at 915 millibars.
Florida's in view as well.
What is it?
Florida on the HMON, it's in view.
Oh, yeah. There it is, yeah. Wow, it is a lot slower on this run, though. But yeah, I wanted to make it clear, even so this would weaken on approach to the Big Bend, I cannot stress enough. Even so you see a structure that looks like this, does not mean that the impacts go away. No, definitely not. This would still be a major hurricane. This would still be a major hurricane, a Cat 4 hurricane on this model. All right, I want to really...
surge would be devastating as well for the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah,
especially
well,
if it
Tampa...
catches that southern side.
Yeah, the southern side would still bring some serious impacts. For sure. I mean, probably as bad, if not worse, than Helene.
I'm looking at, if you especially look at the halves V, the radar look at it, the supercells on that is just crazy.
Oh, yes. I just realized that. Do you see that, Justin?
Sorry, repeat that.
Do you see all the supercells on the halves be over Florida?
I mean, I don't know if those are supercells, but yeah.
It's going a little
Not
crazy.
really. Just embedded little.
Could be a tornado threat for sure with this one. Oh, yeah. Angelina makes it very clear here. I'm in Louisiana. I've been through Andrew. I've been through Katrina and many more. If you are near the water, you must leave if asked to. Storm surge will be crazy, guys. Especially if this ends up being stronger. You bet the storm. I mean, if we see a hurricane this strong, like what the halves B and A are showing, this could bring in some storm surge similar to, if not worse than Helene. It really just depends on who is exactly going to get impacted. And I'm telling you right now, this would be a mega flood threat for Georgia again, if the model comes out to be incorrect. This does weaken rapidly, though, as it moves on to the Big Bend of Florida on the halves B, though. That system really gets torn apart, slowly but surely. But it makes landfall by Thursday early morning. Man, this is bad, though. And we don't have our 0Z parent runs in yet. Let's see the H-Wharf. H-Wharf gains latitude and is still about as strong. We're at about 115 knots, so that's about a Category 4 hurricane in 60 hours. Cloud tops are even colder? No way. Almost negative 90 Celsius. Which is about negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Shoot. Surprised this has not updated yet, though. Still holding. Well, the adjusted T numbers have gone up, though. Yeah, the adjusted T numbers have went up to 2.5. So it is showing, it is organizing, evidently. That's what the Doverick estimates show. Yeah, man, it's almost 11 o'clock. But yeah, I think this is going to be really bad. It's not looking good. And the H-Wharf is really, really slow. Come on, H-Wharf. Can you render a little faster? Oh, yeah, you guys caught me yawning. I was trying to not yawn on stream, but yeah. I was up
Alright,
early.
well, I'm gonna be heading off.
Thank you for tuning in, Justin. I do appreciate
Of
it.
course. See ya.
No. When will the recon flight go into the storm? They're not going to fly in for a while. Let me take a look at the recon. So the upcoming flight is here. So They're going to take off in 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. Okay. They're departing at 08 Zulu, which is, in about another 2 hours. I am not staying up for that. I am going to go to sleep. I am not. Yeah. Okay. So, because I'm going to need to have a lot of energy to stream tomorrow right after I get home from church. I'm going to need to have that energy before I go to work because I work tomorrow. So, but I will be here until the models get done rendering. And right now they're all showing still a Category 3, Category 4 at landfall, potentially.
I will not be here tomorrow. We are going off to, I think, South Carolina tomorrow, so I will not be present tomorrow.
And that's fine. What's up, Jordan Fate? By the way, if you guys are new to the stream, please subscribe if you haven't already. All right, please subscribe if you're new, because you guys are really awesome, and I am looking forward of tracking this live. And again, I will miss work. I don't care right now at this point. I can get in trouble with work. I will be missing a day of work. If this thing is going to make landfall on Wednesday. If it makes landfall on Thursday, then I don't work anyway, so then that's going to be fine. This looks like it is trying to develop, though. Look at that deep convection right there.
The H-Warp is so slow.
It is very slow. But yeah, the deep convection on this is insane right now. I mean, you can totally see how deep the convection is. Thank you, Angela. Commenter. Or Commander, I meant to say. Commander. Thank you for the $50 donation. Hopefully your bosses don't watch this. Yeah. I did not.
That would not be good.
What is it?
I said that would not be good.
That's why I can't really miss. Because I'm worried they're going to watch this. I want to cover this. I really do want to cover this. When this makes landfall. That's why...
We still got hours of data to come in, though, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves yet.
Yeah. It's still far out in time, and this could get... It may not make landfall until Thursday morning, or Friday... Not Friday, but Thursday morning at the latest. I don't know why this has to happen in the first place. Like, seriously, like, why? Literally. It is hurricane season, I understand that, but literally. When you least expect it, it actually happens. It's freaking ridiculous.
So I don't know if y'all mentioned this or not, but the NHC posted on Twitter that Milton moving slowly but expected to strengthen rapidly. Risk of life-threatening impacts increasing for portions of the west coast of Florida.
Okay, yeah, so what does that...
That is what they posted on the X.
So, yeah, that's what they were... Yeah, Tropical Storm Milton Advisory 3A. Milton moving slowly but expected to strengthen rapidly. So what do they... I mean, we know it's going to strengthen rapidly, right?
I've just never seen them use the term rapidly like that before, especially with the tropical storm.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's understandable. That means they're expecting maybe more than a Cat 3, I'm guessing. I'm wondering. But I'll tell you, cloud tops have gone colder. Much colder.
No, H Wharf, new frames.
932 millibars. 932 millibars and much further south. And it is a little stronger on this run. 112 knots. So pretty much all models in 60 hours have this. Well, all the Hurricane models have this category 3 or greater. Now, again, I'm not going to say category 5 or greater because I don't think we'll see a category 5 this early. But definitely a major hurricane sooner rather than later. And again, the NHC, folks, I want to make it clear too. The NHC is being really generous. I want to make it clear until they get that recon data, and let's see what our models do. And if the models continue this whole trend, propaganda kind of thing, then we could see some pretty aggressive outcomes on the NHC advisories. Any good boss would understand. Yeah, but if I tell them that, hey, I shouldn't really tell you guys the boss's name at Safeway. Actually, it wouldn't matter because if you shop there anyways. His name is David. No, I'm not the boss, but the store director is David. If I went up there and told David, hey, David, there's a life-threatening situation unfolding with the hurricane, they're going to laugh at me and be like, no, this job is more important, David. I'm afraid they're not going to let me miss. I just cannot do that. I don't want to get in trouble. Maybe you guys could help me. How should I approach this situation? Like, because I want to track this as it makes landfall. I mean, I don't want to leave you guys in the dark. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
I say don't make a decision now and just wait till more models come in, because we still have a good amount of hours left.
Colin sick? Get him a present? Yeah, Michael. Yeah, that's how. Because I told them that. I mean, I kind of tried to snuck out for Helene, and they said, "Well, you're here to work. When you're scheduled to work, you're supposed to work and stuff." But of course, other people call in sick all the time. It's not like I call in sick all the time. I'm going to keep an eye on this and take it day by day as what you were saying, easy. But I'll tell you right now, if I have to call in sick for a stream for a hurricane like this, that tells you guys that it takes a lot for me just to call in sick and be like, I'm going to stream this hurricane. But if I have to, I will. And that tells you guys that, one, I care about you guys, and two, I enjoy streaming and keeping you guys updated, and three, it is my job. This is my second job right now. But I just don't. I'm going to wait. I will be waiting. I'll be patient, but I just sure hope if I have to call in sick, hopefully they don't find me on YouTube. I really hope not. Because I could be making a really bad decision.
New frames.
Not trying to get emotional. I don't want to leave you guys in the dark. H Wharf, I don't know what the H Wharf is on. It's realistic, but also I don't know. All the models show intensification. Even the H-Mon shows it. The H-Wharf has been kind of consistent, though, so that's important to take note of. It does show a 935 millibar, and it's really moving slowly. Very symmetrical, too, so I'm wondering it's not going to go that aggressive versus our halves A and B models.
Yeah, if you look at the soundings on the top, there's like 55 to 45 knots of shear on the northern side.
Mm-hmm. All right, sweet. Aero Force just send it to me. Thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate your moderation too, Angela, Commander. Appreciate you being here. See, if I had a work schedule like last week, that worked fine. I was off for 5 days or 6 days. I was off for 5.5 days. There was a lot of open space. Nope, not this week. 5 days off, 5 days on. And I work Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, off Thursday and Friday, and I work Saturday. At least they're nice enough to give me Thursday off for church. That's... Well, of course, I put in my unavailability, so they can't really schedule me on that day anyway, so... Yep, I'm in Cali, Nikki. Alright, let me see your model, Aero Force. Oh man, let's see what it's showing. Again, this is not an official weather model. This is just a friend that that follows me. No pressure data? You have it getting close to Tampa Bay. Wow. Oh, that's a water vapor one. Okay, water vapor convective model. Pressure data soon. Okay. A viewer is a model. Go to work and stream after, but Equan Rich, what if the system makes landfall though while I'm at work? See, when a system, my promise to you guys, again, I had this promise, and you guys you could hear this. I promised you guys I would stream at least 12 to perhaps 15 hours before landfall. And, well, in that 15 or so hours, I may be working depending on when this makes landfall, right? So I'm not making my promise, right? So you have to understand that. I have this promise at 8. I am committing to doing a live stream up to 12 to 15 hours before a landfall of a hurricane. And let me see what time I work on Wednesday, and let's see if it interferes. I have not checked. I should check. So I work... Oh, I'm off Wednesday. Never mind. Hey, you guys, I'm off Wednesday. Okay, I misread that schedule. You guys could even see my schedule right there. I know you guys can't see the numbers, but I'm down. I'm right here. Right there. Those 2 blank spots. But then I work Friday at 10:45 a.m. So I'm off Wednesday and Thursday.
New H-Wharf frames.
New H-Wharf. Yeah, it's weakening. System's weakening, it looks like.
The most boring model ever.
It's not boring. It's just I don't know what it
It's
shows
like staying
it
the same.
What?
It's like not even weakening or like strengthening. It's just staying the same.
Yeah, agreed. Does bring it up to Cat 4 intensity, so we are seeing still all of the 4 models showing a major Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane. Problem solved. Yes. Okay, so yeah, I don't know why I had Wednesday in my head that I was working. So that's good. Which means the storm. And I work until what time on Tuesday? Oh, until 8 p.m. So that's good because I can get a video out during the day and then a live stream. I would probably live stream really late that night. Probably like at 9 o'clock. So get ready to get notified at 9 at night on that system, depending on how this all evolves. Because by the way, I'm going ahead of myself. If the system develops as it is by 8 p.m. Tuesday, yeah, this could be very strong or not. So, well, it would be strong either way. But yeah, I would probably definitely need to stream. That would probably be a very rare nighttime stream. I would stream for a few hours. So from like 9 to like 11 o'clock. Because then I would have to get up early. But again, depending on the landfall. So this would make landfall Wednesday at 2 in the morning on the halves A. So that would be 2 p.m. my time. I would have to get up or start streaming. Again, I'm not going to worry about that. My OCD is working through me right now. Like, oh, I can't think on what time it's going to make landfall right now, but we know sometime on Wednesday. Because I'm already thinking ahead of the box on if it makes landfall here, I'm going to go live. I tend to do that. You guys can see the natural David here. Like, I jump ahead, and I don't realize I'm jumping ahead until I catch myself. But I want to say I love you guys, and I'm worried about my mom. I'm really worried about some of my family that lives in Florida. Because now this is going to be a direct hit. This could be like a beeline towards like Ocala, Florida, possibly Tampa Bay, Florida. Yeah, it's not looking good. And like Ocala's like over here getting tropical storm force winds on the halves B. If that comes to pass, it would do some damage, knock the power out, probably blow some trees down.
Even if we do get a landfall in the Big Bend, I would still be very worried about Tampa Bay getting, first of all, storm surge, and then those tropical related tornadoes that are going to be just pounding through the Tampa Bay, Cape Coral area, up even through Gainesville.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, hype. Kodum. Yeah, I know there's another system out there on the GFS. Honestly, right now, I could only track one system at a time. But yes, once we get past freaking stupid Milton, call Milton stupid, folks, because it really is. It's freaking annoying. We have another system that's going to be potentially developing in the same spot that we had Helene. But of course, how that's going to develop, again, is very uncertain. But yeah, definitely the Central American gyre has really woken up. Gotten pretty busy. Milton is not stupid. Come on, Hurricane Austin. It is, I mean, come on. Why do we have to have a major hurricane? What about if we have a major hurricane and it's like Kirk? Kirk, we could just watch from a distance. But not Milton. Not Milton. I have a reason why I call her system stupid. It's not his fault that he formed there. I know Hurricane Allen or Austin. I mean, come on. Like, seriously, this is the second system in a month to make landfall near the Big Bend of Florida in under a month. I want to make it clear, in under a month. And people are literally just barely recovering in Georgia. And, well, of course, northern Georgia will be safer than what Helene did. But still, I mean, damage is going to be done with this. Where it makes landfall, where it tracks, the impacts follow. Impacts will follow. What's up? And your name is the one that said any shift in track I just joined. What's her name? Minus? I think that's her name because you have a little dot. So any change in the track? If we go back, not really. It's pretty much in the same spot, only that the timing is a little slower on this run. So it's pretty much hitting north of Tampa based on the halves A model, or the based on the halves B, halves A model. Let's see what the halves A shows. Same spot too. Same spot, only that the halves A is slower. So it looks like this would be making landfall early in the morning hours of Thursday. Really early in the morning hours of Thursday. So this has another 5 days over the waters to do something. See what the HMON is fully in, and that is Thursday morning. That's Thursday morning. But it is faster than the last run. But it does show somewhere over here just north of Tampa. We're waiting for the H-Wharf to finish. And man, it is taking its own sweet time. Really long to render. But right now, it looks like, at the moment, based on my knowledge, even including the GFS, I'll add the fourth run to this. Looks like GFS has it directly over Tampa, but the hurricane models specifically have it just north of Tampa. How strong will it be is going to be the question. It's going to be a question mark because, again, where that trough, how it interacts with the hurricane or the tropical system. But right now, looks like late Wednesday night. I mean, really late Wednesday night into Thursday morning now. It looks like this has shifted. Yeah, I'm seeing Thursday morning and Wednesday night. Like, actually Thursday, regardless, because this is 11 p.m. Pacific time. So this would be 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning, 2 as late as 8 in the morning. So that 2 to 8 in the morning time frame on Thursday. So this would be making landfall officially on Thursday morning. Early morning hours. So yes, the timing has shifted later. It's not looking like Wednesday morning anymore based on our latest models. This is going to be moving a little slower. A little slower. But anyways, how is everybody tonight? Later gives more time for the wind shear to kick in. I wouldn't say that necessarily. Well, I think the trough is evolving the same way. It's just that the system is moving slower. Let me see, though. Let me look at our... Gee, there's not really a trough there. There has got to be a trough. Let me see. It's more in the upper... Oh, it's westerly. Not really much of a... A little bit of a trough, but not much like a sharp one. So... No, the shear is evolving the same way. So even if this moved a little slower, it just means it might have a little bit more time to intensify. Just a quick check. I want to see what California is going to be dealing with really quickly. Yeah, of course, the heat is not going to go away. Oh my gosh, this freaking ridge. So...
Oh, H-Dwarf just went off. There's so many frames now.
Good.
Love it.
Okay, so it looks like this could hit directly towards Tampa. Based on where Tampa is moving into frame, the track of this could bring it like on top of Tampa. And two, this is slower. This is a lot slower model run. This looks to now be like a Thursday morning event. Which is not good. It's not good at all. All I gotta say, hopefully it doesn't make landfall on Friday. Because if it does, that's when I work again. Hopefully the timing will be resolved and maybe this will trend sooner. But yeah, this is a much larger system. And it is as strong. It's headed right towards Tampa Bay. Right towards Tampa Bay. You know what? I just realized that Amethyst. These storms love making landfall on Thursdays. And please don't make landfall because I have church. I am not missing another day of church over this. Why? Seriously. Just don't make landfall. Go away, Milton. Go away. Boy, our raw T numbers are going up. And our adjusted T numbers are going up. Yeah,
I
look at this.
think the movement on this storm is going to be very different in the coming model runs. I think we are going to have an earlier than expected landfall just because of the amount of shear that's going to be picked up by the system. I think it's going to move it along fast at the end. I don't think we're going to have that delay that we've been seeing.
True. Look at Fox models. Fox models. Well, I'm looking at the Doverick right now, and we're up to it. The thing has increased. This is not meaning that it's actually intensifying, but it's data, satellite intensity estimates. Oh, look at that convection right there. That is some deep convection. It has waned a little bit, though. It's down to 81 Celsius. Like the Fox channel, like Fox Weather. I don't think I have access to that. Sorry. Oh, wait. Let me see if I'm able to bring it up.
What?
There's an advertisement running. Love advertisements. Oh, okay, they do have it. So let me see what that is showing. It's not showing anything. I don't even think. Actually, that's still an out. That model hasn't been updated. So I'm not gonna worry about it. I have enough models to look at. So. But
I wish this H-Dwarf model would just like could go already.
yeah, please. Can this... Oh, we're up to 105 hours. Oh my gosh, this is going to hit Tampa Bay directly as a major hurricane. Directly on top of Tampa Bay. You can follow you can follow Tampa Bay here. And the next frame, Tampa Bay is right here. Next frame, Tampa Bay would probably be somewhere over here.
I don't know. It might. I think it'll experience eyewall conditions, but I think the eye of it is actually going to move a little bit north.
Probably. You know what? It looks like that. Yeah, Tampa Bay is in serious trouble because that storm surge. Still.
Yeah. Cape Coral too. Same thing with that. They're in for it as well.
No, I'm not going to miss Char, Florida. Unless, I mean, this looks like it's going to be a Thursday. Yeah, this is a Thursday landfall. Thursday morning landfall.
I hate morning landfalls.
Yeah, because that means I get to stay up all night.
Yeah, and I have to stay up with you.
Yep. But at the same time, I don't know about the other YouTubers. They may not want to stay up all night, which actually could get me some better. I mean, if not many people stream at night, that could.
I'd say a lot of people will do split streams.
Well, here at David Schlotthauer channel, we ain't doing a split stream. We are not doing a split stream. We're streaming all the way through. The only time I'll do a split stream is if I go to 12 hours. So if it's a 15-hour stream, I'll end it at 12 hours, do part 2.
Well, you could just end it and restart it instantly, so it's not like...
Yeah, oh yeah, I would just have to change the title. But, again, going ahead of ourselves, I mean, if it did do a overnight landfall, like an early Thursday morning, I would be streaming this all night. I did it with Laura. I did it with Ian. I think I did it with Ian, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I was up pretty much most of the night. New model is done. Oh, Aero Force is out. Let's see.
What? Oh.
The Aero Force. Not an official weather model, so do not rely on this to your... Let's see what it's showing, though. No. It's not... 969 millibars. That is... No, it's going to get lower than that. Again, this is not an official weather model. Please do not rely on this. This is a friend that I know really well. It does show an eye though, so what is the color shading? I wonder what the color shading is.
Storm surge.
If it's storm surge,
Right.
Florida is not going to get storm surge across its land area. No, thank you.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if that's storm surge or wind or whatever. But it looks like storm surge plots. Oh.
What do you mean by that, Adam? It looks Bobo or Boo Boo. Yeah, it's not the high. It's not an official forecast. I want to make it clear. That's a friend, Aero Force, that watches my YouTube live streams. What did you miss? Not much. We're waiting for the last 5+ frames to come in on the H-Wharf model. But while we're waiting for that, I want to see what the European model is showing.
That's a good idea.
I wonder if it's a little aggressive. And I mean, I don't expect it to show a major hurricane. I really don't. It's very generous.
Yeah, it's not even showing. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
Weird.
It doesn't even get this to hurricane intensity, but it does make it hit Tampa Bay, Florida, though. It does show it hitting Tampa Bay, Florida.
I'm more looking at the timing of what it wants.
Yeah, Wednesday morning. Yeah, Euro. Yeah, Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
If anything, it's going to be...
Actually, I don't know. Because I am expecting it to speed up at the end. So, I don't know.
Maybe we'll have to render the easy model and let's see what... No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I am not making a model.
I know. That would be a lot of computing power. Do you think...
That's a lot of brain power that I don't have.
Yeah. Do you think you know more than the NHC? Dylan is asking. I don't know more than the NHC. I don't know where that question came from. NHC is the people that know the most about hurricanes. They're the hurricane experts.
We look up to the NHC.
My predictions, as I have recently stated in my last video, my thoughts in this video are mine alone, and making any decisions regarding this system, please consult the National Hurricane Center and your local officials for the latest information for where you are. And that's there for a reason, because I am not an NHC forecaster. I don't work with the NHC. Weather Minds! What's up? Do you want to join the call with us? Really quick? Just say your hellos. And I want to hear your thoughts before I end it. Because I'm about to end this stream in about 5 or so minutes. Maybe 10 minutes. As we wrap this up slowly. Yep. This is going right over Tampa. 947, 953 millibar system.
Oh, that south side of it too.
Right over Tampa Bay, that storm surge.
Clearwater is straight in the eye.
Yep, right in the eye right there. Thursday morning, to be exact, this will be making landfall at about 5 in the morning, my time.
8 a.m. EST.
Weather Minds, you there? He just probably said Brother David and left, probably. Oh, I'm down. Okay, he's here. All right, let me add you to the call. I want to hear your thoughts on this. I always like to add different people. And then I'll kind of head off here in a little bit. Brendan, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Dude, did you see the latest hurricane models?
Not so much. Not the latest runs. Why? Right now?
You do not even want to know how strong this thing could get. If you watch my stream, or you can look at it on Tropical Tidbits, it wants pressures in the 920s, 9-teens, like 9-10s, it wants it like high-end Cat 4, Cat 5 intensity.
Models? Which ones? The halves?
Yes, the halves and the HMON. Yeah, the HMON. 3 of the models. Actually, let me go over. So, the H-Wharf wants this as low as 933 millibars. The HMON wants this as low as like 921, 917, 915 millibars. As low as 915 millibars. The Halves A wants this down to about 910 millibars. And the Halves B wants this down to as low as 887 millibars.
So, a couple things, kind of my thoughts on it, David, if you don't mind. Aside from what you said in terms of the models, and I would actually make the argument that right now, in comparison to other storms that we have tracked this year, I think that the track, for the most part, for those of you that are watching, while the NHC does show a little bit more of a broader code of uncertainty, I personally don't believe that we are going to see this storm move as far north as the Big Bend in terms of the eye wall landfall. That being said, the magnitude of this storm, as David has pointed out, is all over the place, right? There's, for example, members with different model members that are showing a Cat 4 at landfall. There's some that are showing a Cat 1, Cat 2. And so I think the important thing to mention here is keep in mind, guys, we haven't had one reconnaissance mission into this storm yet. I would suspect, David, that we're going to probably have a recon, the first one tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow afternoon. I would think.
No, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. TDR.
Is it tomorrow morning?
Tail Doppler radar mission.
Okay, great. So with that then, and why that's important for those of you that are watching is because these recon missions collect raw data that we are pretty limited at in scope, because all we're really going off of is the limited observations we have right now in the Bay of Campeche and near the Yucatan. So these drop sondes, as these devices are dropped from these planes that cut across these recon missions, they collect things like temperature, dew point, saturation, wind, and that is then fed back into these weather models, which will then correct. So all that in mind, David, I think what's important to note here is regardless of the magnitude, I think the biggest concern is that this is likely, and I put it about a 60% chance, that we see some form of a direct impact to Tampa St. Pete, to the likes of which I don't even think we saw with Ian. This is what we feared with Ian, but didn't truly come to fruition. So that's what concerns me the most. I think we shouldn't get too tied up on major or not major hurricane as much as it should be where this lands. If we see what I suspect to happen, which is some sort of a direct impact to Tampa St. Pete, I truly don't want to see a 1 in 100 year event, but it could be, so we'll see. I'm not trying to fearmonger, I'm not trying to hypecast, but it is something that's pretty concerning. Again, I think the track is pretty lined up. I don't see this budging very much. Maybe move a little bit more south, but as far as a northward track, I'm very speculative of that. So for those that are in Tampa that are watching, you got to keep a very close eye on this forecast. We got to really watch this because it's going to be a pretty close call.
And the cone of uncertainty really describes that level of uncertainty. This could hit southern Florida, or this could go into northern Florida. That's what the cone of uncertainty set shows. But like what Brendan was saying, impacts. All right. And I wanted to really make it clear, even so this is a 947 and a strong Cat 2 hurricane, there is hurricane force winds moving onshore, moving over the Tampa Bay area on the H Wharf model. I said HMON if I did, sorry.
Yeah.
This is a 947 millibar system, by the way, Brendan. This would be a strong, 110 mile an hour, almost 115 mile an hour hurricane moving into the Tampa Bay area. And the eye wall, the worst of it could be is the eye wall moves over, and that would be what brings in the heaviest rainfall. But look at the northern side of this, Brendan. Once this makes landfall, that whole northern side could have some of the heaviest, most persistent rainfall for several hours.
Yeah, and that's the other concern. We just saw what flooding can do with Helene. Unfortunately, with the lives that have been lost in Asheville and the Carolinas, this is no different, right? We see that flooding kills, and especially for those that do stay behind and do not evacuate. So that is a great point, David. And we could be seeing, at least preliminarily with some of the latest guidance, it wouldn't be out of the question to see at least a foot of rainfall, if not more.
Yeah.
But of course, that's going to be resolved over time. Now, for those in the chat, I just want to kind of underscore a point that I made before. I think if there's going to be any trend here, and again, the position can still somewhat change, but if it does, the track does change, I think it's going to be mostly a southward trend. We are kind of seeing that with some of our different members that we have in our model suite, that some of them are taking it a little bit south of Tampa, St. Pete. And to be quite honest with you, I truly think from a catastrophe point of view, from an impact point of view, any direct impacts to Tampa, I think, is truly the worst case scenario. Now, I say that, but we also have to recognize that there's a lot of other cities outside of Tampa St. Pete. We also have cities like Bradenton that we have to keep in mind, and other coastal cities along the Gulf. But I'm sure my Floridians here in chat can certainly understand what I mean by that. When you start to factor in Tampa Bay, both the population as well as that bowl effect, David's talked about this quite a bit on some live streams. I think you even talked about it when we were discussing Ian a couple years ago, where when you have an eye wall that moves close to Tampa St. Pete, right, that will bring in more direct storm surge. And that bowl, that bay, will actually force storm surge to be amplified more because that water's rushing forward and is then being compressed, right? So you get more of a actually amplified storm surge versus if it's just more of a parallel coastline. So I'm sure many of you folks that live in the Tampa St. Pete area have heard of this phenomenon before, but of course we haven't truly seen that in quite some time. So again, there still is the chance this could move a little bit further south, but just the fact that Tampa is under the gun here in that cone of uncertainty, as a meteorologist myself, I'm not somebody that wants to, say the sky is falling, but at the same time, we also have to acknowledge that this is something that is a serious concern right now. So as far as I understand, David, I believe the officials in Florida have not called for any evacuations. We currently do not have any hurricane warnings at this time. I don't even think we have hurricane watches. So we are certainly not government officials, as another disclaimer. So if there are any evacuation orders issued, heed those from your local officials. We're not replacing those folks. All we're doing here is just kind of giving the latest on the weather and the models. David, you've done a great job so far, by the way, on that.
Thank you so much. And the thing is, I put this, it's called the step, stair, step. So I want you guys to take notes of this as well, because this kind of, I really kind of forgot to kind of iterate on this. So now, I should call it the grievance order of a hurricane. All right. So step number 1, where and when does it intensify? So models have been showing this that, we're going to have a Cat 3, Cat 4 hurricane intensifying in the Southern Gulf. Maybe even a Cat 5 as what our HAVS group is showing. All right. But where and when does it actually occur? How long does it? So once we now begin the rapid intensification phase, right? So let me get my whiteboard. So yes, the screen is going to go blank. It's going to turn white. Don't worry, I'm still here. If you don't hear me, we have a problem, but I think you guys will hear me. So basically, oh man, I wish I could draw this up a little better. So let me draw up a category system. So we'll just say tropical storm, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm not gonna, and that disappeared. Hold on. Let me reset that. Sorry if this is white, because it's a whiteboard. You're looking at a whiteboard, basically, which is pretty cool. So, tropical storm, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oops, no, 5. There we go. So basically, now the models project that we're going to see something that looks like this, right? We're going to see a rapid intensification take place. But once it begins that, how long does that last? Do we actually get this up to Cat 5 hurricane intensity? Or does the rapid intensification suddenly stop and it goes kind of like that, right? And we end up with a Category 3 hurricane. All right, so there's steps. Right now we're in step number 1. So we're awaiting, again, we're playing the waiting game here on when the system begins to rapidly intensify. Once it does, when we get to this point, when does it stop rapidly intensifying? Okay, once we get to this point, hopefully we don't get to Cat 4 or 5. That would be bad. Then we got to start looking at to the point at when does it begin to weaken? So I'm going to draw like land area. So this is, whoops, I am not good at drawing land. Oopsie, whoopsie. So basically, here is a chunk of land. So we're going to make some hills. Here's some pretty hills, right? So here's some land. And so the question is, when it gets to here, what does the hurricane do? Does it weaken back down to a Cat 4 or a Cat 3 before landfall? Or does it really weaken down to a Cat 2 hurricane at landfall? That's going to be the thing. So there's 3 steps. Step 1, when and where does it intensify? Step 2, since it's rapidly intensifying, or if it does, where and when will it stop rapidly intensifying? Okay. And then once we reach what we call the free sky line here on the intensity, when then does it weaken? Right? So there are your 3 classes or 3 stages of concern that we look at. Hopefully I did really
Your screen
good.
is zoomed in, by the way.
Oh, was it zoomed in? Did I not capture the whole thing? Uh-oh.
You were zoomed in, but I think the chat kind of got what your point was.
Shoot, why was it? But okay, but just to illustrate again, the step number 1, we all remember that. Okay, I'm sorry if it was cropped out. Step number 1, when does it rapidly intensify? Step number 2, it's rapidly intensifying. When does the system weaken, or when does it stop rapidly intensifying? Then step number 3, we're at skyline high. When does it begin to weaken? Once it has reached that plateau. So we have to kind of look over the hood and be like, okay, this is where we're at. So right now we're waiting for rapid intensification. If it doesn't, good. But if it does, then we'll go into step 2. We'll go into step 2. And then once it reaches that plateau, then we'll go into step 3, if that makes sense. So there's a three-step process. All right, and I kind of made this up because I thought about it, and I'm like, I hope you guys understand it and get the drill of it. The 3 steps of concern with this system. And it goes with any system. It really does. In case you have missed work this week, I gave you $50. Thank you so much, Angela Commander. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't need to miss work. That's why if this could make landfall on Wednesday, between Wednesday and Thursday, those are the days off. But if it makes landfall on Friday, I work. If it makes landfall on Tuesday, which is not going to happen, I don't see that happening, I work. Because, oh, man, I cannot, I gotta, I mean, this is my job. And Brendan, you know this. This is what I do.
Yeah.
And Brendan has known me for like 5 or 6 years, huh?
I've known you since whenever the Dayton tornadoes happened. I believe that was 2019, right before COVID. So yeah, it's been about quite a hot minute. But David, and I think to underscore what David just said, guys, he's really sort of talking about a decision tree. It's a decision tree in that it's a step-by-step process. As David highlighted right now,
Oh, come on.
we don't have any raw in situ data. We don't
that?
have reconnaissance missions at the moment that are feeding in latest data. What was that?
Can you redo that? My audio went out.
Oh, you're good. No worries. No, I was just saying, I was underscoring, David, what you were saying with forecasting. I mean, forecasting really is a decision tree. Right now, it's still about 4 days out, and there is a lot of uncertainty that still exists, especially as it relates to the strength of the storm. David talked about the fact that we haven't gone through rapid intensification yet. We are expecting to, but we haven't gone through that yet. Once we do, that's truly going to determine how quickly the storm is strengthening, and models will correct accordingly. When we talk about these reconnaissance missions that drop these devices that fall through the storm, collect temperature, dew points, wind, that's important because, as I mentioned before, that is then also fed back into the models, and you see a correction that takes place. When we were last week and the week prior talking about Helene, the same thing happened. Once we sent reconnaissance missions out to Helene, as it was off the coast of Florida, that corrected the models, and we saw actually a spike and an uptrend in the forecast. So there's still a lot of variables in question, but again, the thing that will continue to be stressed here is impacts to some of the most vulnerable areas in Florida, such as Tampa, St. Pete. And, we have homes in Tampa, David. For those Floridians that are watching the live stream, they have what's called a fortified program where a lot of the roofs and the building codes in Florida have actually retrofitted stronger roofs for residential homes. That's for wind. What the fortified building codes do not necessarily protect against 100% is storm surge and flooding. And that's the concern. Yes, they can do very well, and these homes can be resilient against wind, but storm surge is a whole nother animal. And I think that's the most concerning thing to me now. And if we see exactly what the forecast cone shows, Tampa could see probably the most significant storm or direct impact we've seen. I would argue a 1 in 100 year event. And I'm not just saying that lightly, David. I mean, when we're talking 1 in 100 year event, we're pretty much saying Asheville was a 1 in 100 year event in terms of flooding. This would be a 1 in 100 year event for storm surge and flooding for Tampa. So a lot of uncertainty still that exists, but as a meteorologist, I can't say this enough. I think alarmed is an understatement.
Yeah. And that's why that's why I have worked my butt off today at making a video and a live stream, because yesterday we were not talking about a major hurricane potentially. We were not even thinking about what could happen. And now here we are 24 hours later, actually maybe witnessing a Cat 3, 4, or I wouldn't say a Cat 5, but wow. Pretty close. But yeah, like what Brendan was saying, kind of iterating on what I said, is the 3-step process. Like, again, we're waiting for rapid intensification. If it does happen, I could even throw a 4-step process. Once recon gets in there, are they indicating that it could rapidly intensify? When and where? And I iterated it on it a lot. So
Yeah.
because now it's kind of like that process, and because everyone's curious, how long will this rapidly intensify, and when will it plateau, and where will it plateau its intensity, and then when will it weaken. But either way, before I head off, because I need to take a quick shower before church tomorrow. Yes, Sunday, I have church. And then I need to get to bed. But this purple area, again, hurricane force winds for the Tampa Bay area, potentially for Thursday morning. This is the latest possible outcome that we might see. We may see this trend a little later, but right now, not looking good for Tampa. And what Brendan was saying, once in a 100-year event is certainly, and that's why I use this at the beginning of the stream. This could be a historic event. This could very well be a historic event, and I don't say that very lightly. It just depends on where this makes landfall and how strong will it be when it makes landfall. A lot of questions to be ironed out in the next couple of days, because this could end up a lot worse than what we're seeing right now, what we're thinking. Maybe the big uptrends really go crazy, and I wake up tomorrow and every single model has this at a Cat 5. I don't know. But what we do know is that we have a pretty solid Cat 4 on the HMON model, a pretty solid Cat 5 on both the halves A and B models. So there's potential. Very compact system, by the way. But the H-Wharf is on the lower end of the scale, but still shows a major hurricane. Actually, Cat 4 intensity, either way you put it. So, yeah, this has a high ceiling of a very high hurricane. And I just pray, I really, really do. I am going to be meeting with the pastor tomorrow, and I'm going to let him know about this. And he's going to be praying for you guys and over you guys, because this has the ability to cause more fatalities than what we have already. And we don't need...
Amen.
Yeah, we do not we don't need any more of that. We really don't. We need to... People are repairing after Helene, and now we have another system on the way. Which, by the way, I didn't really talk much about this. There is a tropical storm watch out for the northern Yucatan up here, down here. So if you guys live there and watching this from the Yucatan, tropical storm conditions are possible. And I want to make it clear, the models, our recent trends have been on the southern side of the cone, and then turning this up a little sharper, impacting Tampa Bay, Florida. So yeah, models could do weird things within the cone of uncertainty. And make sure, again, you do follow your local officials and your local authorities if evacuation orders do get issued. I'm expecting we will have hurricane watches or warnings out sometime today. So when I make my next live stream, and it's going to be a stream, I'm not doing any videos today because I don't have time for that. Actually, not today. Tomorrow, as in the 6th of October, Sunday, I will be doing a live stream, but I'm still trying to find out a time when I can do that. But I'm going to church tomorrow, and then once I get home, hopefully by about 12:15 or so, I will get that stream ready so I can go live briefly at like 1 o'clock to go over the impacts of this hurricane, depending on the models and stuff. But right now, as it stands, not good tonight. on both of the last runs of the hurricane models, looking at a Cat 3, 4, or 5. Yes, Cat 5 is on the very knife edge table if the thing gets grouped up fast enough. All right, and how fast that rapid intensification actually happens. All right, but anyways, if you did like tonight's stream, now before I go, if you did like tonight's stream, please don't forget to subscribe, because we are going to be on top of this. We did it with Helene. I will do it again with Milton. All right, I'm treating Milton like Helene, and I'm treating Helene like I did with any other hurricane. Nothing has changed. We are going to be on top of this. If I have to call in sick one day, I might have to do that, but I don't think it's going to happen because I'm only working 4-hour shifts on Monday and Tuesday. So I'll be able to get a couple of videos out on those 2 days, followed by a late live stream. Perhaps I might even just go live Monday night and Tuesday night, since I will be home before 8 o'clock. Those streams will just be a little late, but until then, I will be live tomorrow, still figuring out a time for that. But we will need to start talking about this system quite a bit. You'll hear a lot of that on this channel. Forget about Leslie, forget about Leslie and forget about Kirk, because right now this is a code 3 situation right now on Milton. All right, share, like, and subscribe. And again, I just pray you guys that you get prepared if necessary. Okay, I don't want any more fatalities. We don't need any more people injured and missing because people did not get prepared. All right, as always, have a great rest of your Saturday night if you're on the West Coast like me. And if you're on the East Coast, have a great rest of your early, super early bird Sunday morning. Like right now, it's almost 3 in the morning there. But as always, thank you for tuning in. It's an honor. We have had 1,500 people watching this late, and it's just amazing. So thank you all for watching. Take care, be safe, and I'll be back with you more tomorrow early afternoon with another live stream on potential major hurricane or likely major hurricane Milton. All right, peace out, folks. Peace out. Have a good night.